Morning, we're in the record. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571HC of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2-577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. Silas Grant.
Mr. Silas Grant, present.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn.
Terry Janine Quinn, present.
Mr. David Meadows.
Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Mr. Ryan Jones, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 7 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once their case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. I would also like to apologize to the public for our late start this morning. The board meets every morning at 9:30 for our executive session, and our executive session ran an hour and a half this morning for us to review the calendar. So I do apologize for our late start this morning. The first case in our calendar this morning, the protest hearing status case number 25 PRO 00028. It is Greenwell LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 130767. Good morning, Mr. Orieta. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good morning. Matt Cohen, your access has been elevated. And I believe Matt Shortell, access elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Shotwell, can you come on camera, please?
Yes, hello.
Do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
Yes, I do. Start my video. There we go.
Good morning, sir. All right, good morning. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, Matthew Shotwell, MATTHEW, SHOTWELL.
And what is your relationship to this establishment, sir?
I am the owner and the applicant.
Well, thank you. Mr. Coyne, good morning. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship?
Sure, good morning. My name is Matthew Cohen, MATTHEWCOHEN. I'm vice chair of ANC 3E.
All right. Mr. Shotwell, are there any preliminary matters in this case you want to bring to the attention of the board?
No, sir.
Mr. Cohen?
No, sir.
All right, if this matter is not settled, this matter then is scheduled for a protest hearing on June 25th at 1:30 p.m. Are the parties aware of a protest hearing, or do you need me to go through the procedures?
The ANC is aware, Mr. Ryan.
Mr. Shotwell, you probably are not aware, so let me explain. All right, let me explain.
I am not. Thank
Okay.
you. Please
All
do.
right, fine. All right, so now that we have scheduled this matter for a protest hearing on June 25th at 1:30, there are a few things that I would like to instruct the applicant and the protestant about so that the protest hearing is focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to this case. You should have received by electronic or a regular mail a letter explaining the protest process, a copy of the protest information form, and a copy of the exhibit form. If you do not have these documents, please reach out to our legal office and we will provide you a copy of these documents. It is imperative that you review the rules closely and adhere to them before and during the protest hearing. You are required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form 7 days before the date of the hearing. These two forms and accompanying documents need to be submitted to ABCA's legal division and to all opposing parties in this matter. If we do not receive a copy of your PIP, your application, or your protest, whichever side you're representing, may be subject to dismissal. Likewise, if we do not receive a copy of the exhibit form and the exhibits themselves, your exhibits may be excluded from the record upon a finding that the opposing party has been prejudiced or no good cause for failure to submit has been shown. Likewise, witnesses other than a party may also be subject to exclusion if not identified on the PIP. Accordingly, these forms are very important. They greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. They likewise provide notice to opposing parties, enabling them to better prepare for the hearing. As you are aware, all our hearings are now conducted virtually. You will have 90 minutes to present your case, and you will only be allowed to call 5 witnesses. If you require more time to present your case and require more than 5 witnesses, please file a motion with the ABC board requesting additional time and initial witnesses. Any questions? You look like you have a question, Mr. Shotwell.
Yes, so those will be, that PIP and those instructions will have been emailed to me, or they will be emailed to me?
If you do not have it, you can reach out to our office. The office, I believe our legal office had provided you notice about the hearing today, I believe.
Yes.
So
Yes, they
just
did.
contact that information. Contact them and to let them know that you need to get a copy of the PIP if you have not received it. And both parties are welcome to reach out to our legal office, and we can provide whatever guidance you require to comply with this process. And so
Great, thank
the long and
sir.
short of it is that, sir, it's 7 days before the hearing, whatever documents, if this matter is not settled, 7 days before the hearing, both sides must do this PIP that identifies the documents they're going to rely upon and the witnesses that they're going to rely upon to support your application for a license. And the ANC will also do the same. If they're in opposition, they need to provide us whatever documents and whatever witnesses who will testify to say they do not believe that the board should approve the license.
Understood. And so if I don't have anything to submit and it's still a requirement to submit the PIP, even if I
Well,
don't
yeah,
have anything that I want to submit?
well, I mean, I guess the bottom line is that if we go to a hearing, are you the only person who would testify, or do you have someone else who's going to testify to support your business?
No, sir, it would just be me.
All right, well, then you can still you don't necessarily have to do a PIP to identify yourself because I know, but if you have any documents to support who you are, to say that you're, I mean, like, if you have a menu, I know this is a medical cannabis dispensary, but I don't know your business model, or if you have people or information that says that, hey, I've known Matt, but that's the type of stuff. I know that it's an application for a new license, so you don't necessarily have information. If this was a restaurant, I would ask that you submit a menu or, you know, stuff like that to say this is what I'm going to serve. But because it's a dispensary, I'm not sure if that's available. But whatever information you believe that you can submit the 7 days to support your application, or if you have any friends or family who can talk about you to say that, you know, I've known him, he's a good businessman, or stuff like that. That's the type of information that we would ask for if you're going to do a PIP.
Okay, great. Thank you for the explanation, sir.
You're welcome. And I said before, both parties are free to reach out to our legal office, and we will provide whatever guidance that you require. Because I don't want, if this matter goes to a hearing, I don't want folks to say, I did not know, you didn't tell me. Okay, so if you have any questions, please ask the question here and I will provide whatever. If I can't provide the guidance, I will direct you to the proper person to provide you the guidance. Any questions?
Understood.
Yes, Mr. Showell. Mr. Cohen, any questions, sir?
Not now. Thank you very much.
All right. The parties are welcome to continue negotiating if this is a matter that can be settled. Then if you believe it can be settled, because the board will have an investigator who goes out and investigate and write a report. If the parties believe that this matter can be settled, then please inform the agency as soon as possible. If not, I will see you on June 25th at 1:30 in the afternoon.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, too.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Bye-bye. The next case in our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00019, Circle 7 Express Food Store, license number 103270. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the government and the licensee in this case?
Sure. Christopher Southcott, your access has been elevated, and that appears to be altering.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Southcott. Can you please identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name, sir?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Chris Southcott, first name CHRAS, last name SOUTHCOTT, from DC's Office of the Attorney General representing the district.
Good morning. I see that the licensee is not here, but at show cause hearing status, there is no requirement for the licensee to be here. This matter then, it's scheduled for a show cause hearing on June 9th at 9:30 a.m. I would like to informing the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, they are required to disclose documents and witnesses that they will rely upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose the documents or witnesses 7 days prior, the board is empowered to prevent that side from relying on documents and or witnesses that have not been disclosed 7 days prior to the hearing. Any questions, sir?
Nothing from the district.
All right, thank you. Have a great day. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 24 CIT 00718, Osteria Malini Nicoletta Morini, license number 92083. This hearing has been canceled due to the submission of an offer in compromise supplied to the board for its review and approval. I think Mr. Southgate has gone. I'm not sure whose case this is.
Hello.
It's my understanding that the licensee is in person in our office.
I think that's actually the case for Circle 7.
Yeah, you're right. That's yes. Circle Express 7. It's my understanding that the licensee is in our office, and I'm trying to see if there's a way we can get him on. I think that they might want to, but let me see if there's a way we can get Uh, um,
There's a call-in user. Not sure if that's the,
I know he was in the office, so I'm not sure if someone has provided him with the hold on. Oh, okay. He's no longer in the office. So, whose case is this, Mr. Southcott?
On which case is
Oh,
what?
I'm sorry, Circle 7 Express, the case I just called.
Whose case is this?
Yes.
Sophia Midas.
All right. It's my understanding that he appeared in the office this morning, and it's my understanding that he was interested in possibly settling the case. So maybe she can reach out to him to see if an agreement can be reached.
Yes,
Okay.
I will communicate that to her and have her speak with the licensee and see if they can work something out.
Okay, fine, thank you. All right, so the next case in our calendar, it's case number 25 ULC 00033. Wells Shrooms Ness. This is an unlicensed dispensary. It's an unlicensed business. The hearing has been canceled due to the filing of an offer in compromise, which will be considered by the board for its review and a possible approval. Let me call. I'm calling a couple of cases out of order. So let's call case number 25 CMP 00022 Montana Liquors, license number 97473. Do we have the parties for Montana Liquors there?
yes, Betsy McMullen, your access has been elevated.
Is
Do
the
not see the
licensee there?
investigator.
I think there's an issue with the investigator, but is the licensee there?
I do not see the licensee. There is a call-in user.
Why don't we find out if that was the if who is I guess is there anyone here? Is there anyone here from Montana Liquors? Miss Miss McClellan, have you had a conversation with the licensee?
I've sent several emails, at least to the email we have on record, and I haven't received any communication.
All right. Let me. Can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Assistant Attorney General Betsy McMullen on behalf of the district, BETSYMCMULLEN.
Did you have a preliminary matter that you wanted to bring to the attention of the board, ma'am?
Yes, the district sent in a motion yesterday to continue this matter because our key witness was not available to testify this morning.
All right. Did you hear back from the licensee?
No.
All right. And the government is not able to move forward with the hearing today. Is that correct?
No, sir.
All right. So I make a motion that we grant the continuance. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The board will provide you shortly with a date to continue this matter. And I'm hopefully you'll have a conversation with the licensee. Okay, thanks. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. All right. The next case in our calendar, so let me go back to where it was written, is case number 25 CMP 00007, Dirty Water, license number 125771. Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the government and the licensee for this case?
Sure thing. Shawnee Brown, your access has been elevated. Luke Casey, access elevated. Lead investigator Felicia Dancer, access elevated. That is all, Chairman.
All right. All right, let me have the parties identify themselves for the government. I'm sorry, let me have the parties identify themselves for the record, starting with the government.
Good morning. This is Assistant Attorney General Shani Brown. That's spelled SHANI BROWN, here on behalf of the district.
Mr. Casey, please spell and state your name for the record. You're on. You have to unmute yourself, sir.
I'm sorry. Luke Casey, LUKECASEY.
And what's your relationship to the establishment, sir?
I'm the owner of the establishment.
Well, good morning, sir.
What?
There were some preliminary matters filed in this case. All right, so hold on. You filed several motions, Mr. Casey. And can you just let me see, hold on 1 minute. You had filed a motion, Mr. Casey, for an in-person hearing.
Yeah.
And I know, and the government had responded to the motion, and the board issued an order denying your motion for an in-person hearing, sir.
Okay.
You'd also filed a motion for, there was a
subpoena there.
A subpoena. The board all right, you filed a subpoena. The board had also hold on. Okay. All right. Okay, let me move back. Let me let me go back. All right. Why did you request you had filed a motion
Yes.
for an in-person hearing. Briefly, we're not arguing because I know that you had filed a motion, the government responded, and just briefly, why did you file a motion for an in-person hearing, sir?
So the reason I filed the motion for the in-person hearing is because I don't know what aspects of the ID the government's going to challenge, and if it's something that's not clearly visible on the you'd be able to see from a picture of the ID, I would want to be able to have the ID in front of me for cross-examination. From what the government submitted as far as evidence, unless they're going to have the witness testify to something that's not in the picture of the ID that they submitted, I don't think that a in-person hearing will be necessary. So based upon the evidence the government submitted, I think that that's probably moot at this point.
All right, so you're withdrawing your motion.
The subpoena still stands, though.
You're saying you're saying that, okay, you're withdrawing your motion for in-person, and what about the subpoena?
The subpoena still stands.
Okay. Why is it that, okay, so the motion for in-person hearing has been withdrawn, so the board doesn't have to rule on that.
No.
So the subpoena, why are you, just briefly, your subpoena, sir? Tell me, who are you subpoenaing? What are you seeking from the subpoena?
There's a number of things there. Some of it's training materials, some of it's results of other relevant investigations, things along those lines that I think are relevant to the case and based upon Title 25 should be relevant.
And what was the
There's
government?
a pretty substantial briefing there that I sent over documenting why I think all of it's relevant. Obviously, that's up to you if you agree or not.
And what was the government's position on the subpoena?
The government's position is that largely the information that's requested is irrelevant to this case. The only thing that we believed might have been appropriate would have been the physical IDs if the hearing was going to be in person. But beyond that, everything else is protected or otherwise inappropriate or irrelevant to the issues at bay in this case.
Any other comments you want to make, Mr. Casey, regarding your subpoena?
No, I'll let the briefing speak for themselves.
All right. I'm going to make a motion that we deny the subpoena, and I'm going to share why is it that I'm making the motion that the subpoena be denied. The agency compliance training is not relevant to 25-781B1 consumption by under 21 or affirmative defense when the statute is a strict liability offense. In addition, the compliance.
It's not. Sorry.
I'm sorry,
Mr.
sir.
Chair, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but it's not a strict liability defense offense under subsection H.
No, sir. It's the positions of the board is that it is a strict liability. That's our position. You might disagree, but it's our position that it is a strict liability under the section 25781B1. That's our position. It's you either are or you're not. It's you either are 21 or you're not 21. It's a strict liability standard. That is the board's interpretation of the statute. I'm going to tell you, and then you can object for the record if you so desire, sir. All right. It's also our position that activity at other establishments, they're not relevant to this case, and agency investigative procedures are also not relevant, and they're overbroad and potentially violates privacy rights of other establishments if fully released. And also, we believe that no evidence of relevancy to case and it fails to state scope of testimony evidence rendering this fishing expedition. And so we also, you had also asked for phone video, and we also believe that it's not relevant to underage drinking investigation, fails to comply with 25-443A2 by failing to specifically define facts thought to be proven by them in sufficient detail to establish relevancy. And so based on those reasons, I'm going to make a motion that the board deny your motion for a subpoena. Any comments, questions, concerns that you want to make before I have a vote on that issue, sir?
No, you should go ahead and have the vote. I'm just trying to find the statute that you cited, 781A2B2.
781B1.
No, I'm just going through the regulations on my computer. You should go ahead and have the vote.
All right. So I make a motion that the subpoena be, the request for the subpoena be denied. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree with the motion.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. I think Were you still requesting a continuance, sir?
Well, no, the continuance is moot at this point if the subpoena is denied.
Okay, so you're withdrawing you're withdrawing your motion for
Yeah.
continuance. All right.
I
So
would just like to make a comment, if I could, real quick, about the strict liability offense.
you can hold on a minute. So
I'm sorry.
the board has ruled, and you're not in agreement with the board's ruling regarding our interpretation of the statute. You can now state why you disagree with that, sir.
Yeah, so it's 25-781 subsection H states that it shall be an affirmative defense to a charge under this section that the licensee or the licensee's employee was shown and inspected a fake or fraudulent identification document of such quality, and that lacked any indicia of a fake or fraudulent identification listed in paragraph 2 of this subsection, that a reasonable person will believe that it was valid.
I was looking for my statute. Hold on a minute. That's why you see me looking. Hold on one second. Sorry. I'm not gonna, I don't have it in front of me at the moment, so I was gonna follow along for the statute you're reading, but I'll note your objection for the record so that you disagree with the interpretation.
Well, I mean, I think we should go over this quick, so if we're in disagreement on this, that's the whole defense. And I believe you don't have a case if that statute, you don't believe it's applicable. We could all save a whole bunch of time and go home. So
I'm just
I think it's important that we get this ironed out before we start here.
But you file a motion, and the board because the interpretation was on the hold on. Oh. In the presentation of your case, sir. I mean, in the presentation of your case, if that's your defense, that is your defense.
Okay.
So when you present your case, you're going to make arguments if you have witnesses, and that is your defense. But in the interim, the only decision that the board made was to deny the request for a subpoena. But if your defense is that that it's not a strict liability statute, then you can put evidence and testimony on why you disagree with that provision in presenting your case moving forward, sir.
Okay. All right, we can move forward then.
All right. Any other preliminary matters that needs to be addressed before we start the hearing?
Yes, from the district.
Yes, Ms. Brown.
In particular, we wanted to just flag some of the exhibits that Dirty Water filed that we believed would not be relevant for this hearing, so that we could kind of streamline things going forward. Particularly exhibits 5 and 6, we don't believe would be appropriate here. One is pertaining to FOIA. Another is pertaining to a district court motion, a ruling on a motion that we don't believe would be appropriate here. Neither of these would have any bearing on what the tribunal will be considering for this case, which is strictly about whether, underage individuals were drinking at the establishment. So we believe that those exhibits should be excluded from the beginning.
So you're talking about exhibit 5 and 6?
Yeah, I find it very unlikely that I call those exhibits, so I don't.
No, I'm not going to make a ruling on that. I mean, I think at the appropriate time, if you try, and this is where we are. There are no exhibits in the record, so we need to have testimony to move exhibits in the record. And so if you intend to move those exhibits into evidence, then the government, so I'm going to deny the government's motion at this juncture, that it's premature. If if Mr. Casey, if these are documents that you're relying upon and that you want to move into evidence, then we will have further discussions whether or not it's relevant to this matter. So I just want to let the parties know that there are no documents in evidence. The only document that is in evidence currently is our case report, because that's part of the board's records. But if there are any other documents that were disclosed that you want to move into evidence, then you have to affirmatively move those documents into evidence, and I'll ask for objections, and based on that, then we will make a ruling. Any questions moving forward?
No. I
Okay.
do just want to make
Go ahead, ma'am.
my record clear. That was a district's motion in limine that we were trying to make, but we understand the board's decision on that motion in limine.
I have not, because I've not seen the document, so and I think, and I don't know, and I said before, the document is not in evidence. And so my position is that if Mr. Casey wants to move these documents in evidence, then we can have further discussion on whether or not these are relevant documents for this hearing. And then at that portion, the board will make a formal decision whether or not we will allow them in evidence. You have any other preliminary matters, ma'am?
No.
Do you have any preliminary matters, Mr. Casey?
No.
All right. So this is a show cause hearing, and how a show cause hearing basically go. The burden is on the government. The government will make the parties can make opening statements if they so desire, but the government goes first. They make an opening statement. They will call their witnesses. Once the government has called its witness and it has conducted direct examination, Mr. Casey, you'll have an opportunity to do cross-examination of the witness. Once you have done cross-examination of the witness, the board will ask questions of the witness if the board has any questions. If the board asks questions, you then, Mr. Casey, will have an opportunity to ask follow-up questions to the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board. And then Ms. Brown, because it's her witness, she will have an opportunity to do redirect of her witness. Once the government has presented its case, then you can then call witnesses or present your case the way you so desire. You can defer making an opening statement at the beginning, and you can make an opening statement when you present your case. It's up to you. What is it that you want to do? And then
I'll make the opening statement at the beginning.
okay, fine. I was just saying the parameters of what we're going to do, and
Yes,
then
thank you.
once that's done, once you say if I don't know if you have any other witnesses you're going to call. Are you the only witnesses, or so? If you're the only witness, then I will swear you in, and then Ms. Brown will have an opportunity to cross-examine you, and the board might have questions of you. Then the parties will make closing statements, and we'll make a decision after. Okay. Any questions prior to starting?
No, sir.
Yeah. Ms. Brown, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, board members. We are here today because Dirty Water, located at 816 8th Street Northeast in Washington, D.C., allowed underage patrons to drink alcohol at its establishment on January 12, 2025. You will learn that this fact is undisputable. You will hear from investigator Felicia Dantzler how all of the patrons at Dirty Water appeared to be young that night, and she was right. She will tell you how she suspected the two young men seated at the bar drinking Bud Light beer were under 21, and she was right. You will hear how she suspected their IDs were fake, and she was right. Investigator Dantzler will also tell you about a table of 6 young men that she suspected were also underage. They were located right by the bar, just within earshot of her conversation about those fake IDs, and she will tell you how each of those 6 young men had beers in front of them. That is, until she concluded her conversation about the fake IDs with the young men at the bar, And when she turned around, she realized that everyone at the table had gotten rid of their drinks, except for one guy. And that one guy, only that one guy, voluntarily presented his ID for inspection. But as for the 5 patrons who ditched their drinks, were they underage? Investigator Dantzler was probably right about that too. Dirty Water would like you to believe that the IDs presented that night were so convincingly real that a reasonable person would have believed that they were valid. But you will see that Dirty Water is wrong. You will see with your own eyes those 2 IDs that Investigator Dantzler confiscated that night. You will see that the images on both fake New York and the fake Vermont IDs were blurry. And you will see that the fake Vermont ID had various image and text alignment issues, and that ID was partially damaged with a missing signature. And based on the number of proven and suspected underage patrons present that night at Dirty Water, Dirty Water either knew or at least should have known that the patrons at its establishment were under 21. And after a review of the evidence, you will undoubtedly conclude that Dirty Water is liable for permitting persons under the age of 21 to consume alcoholic beverages at that establishment. Thank you.
Mr. Casey?
Members of the board, we are not here to dispute the seriousness of underage alcohol sales or whether he had served alcohol to someone under the age of 21. This case is not about carelessness, and it's certainly not about indifference. This case is about a well-intentioned business following the law, applying appropriate diligence, and being misled by fraudulent identification that was so convincingly manufactured it fooled multiple licensees across the District of Columbia. DC Code 25-781H provides an affirmative defense for licensees who are shown and inspect a fake or fraudulent identification document that lacks visible signs of fraud, such that a reasonable person would believe it to be valid. The statute is clear. If the ID is not visibly damaged, not expired, contains a matching photograph, and has the physical features of a valid ID, then the presumption is that a reasonable person could be misled. That is precisely what happened here. Our employee inspected the ID in good faith. The ID did not exhibit any of the 5 red flags listed in 25-781H2, and we are prepared to show, through photographic evidence, that the same individuals used those exact fake IDs at other ABCA licensed establishments throughout the district without issue or incident. In other words, this was not a case of a careless employee. It was a case of a high-quality, fraudulent ID being deliberately used to deceive, and doing so successfully across the city. Yet despite this, the district has refused to produce critical evidence that would illuminate the broader investigative context, the training it provides for its licensees to rely on, or even the credibility of the investigator at the center of this case. While we believe those refusals were improper, we will nevertheless show that we have met the standard required by law. Because this is not strict liability. The law does not demand perfection. It demands reasonableness. And the standard under 25-781H is whether a reasonable person, upon inspecting the ID, would have believed it to be valid. Given the quality of the fraudulent ID, the absence of any statutory indicia of fraud, and the fact that multiple ABCA licensed businesses were similarly deceived, the evidence will show that this affirmative defense has clearly been met. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go off the record for, give me about 2 minutes, okay? Just give me a minute, please. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
We're back on the record. They're waiting for. Okay. All right. Does the government have a witness it wishes to call?
Yes, the district would like to call Investigator Felicia Dantzler.
Ms. Dantzler, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
You're a witness, ma'am.
Thank you. Investigator Dantzler, please state and spell your name for the record.
Felicia Dantzler, F like Frank, Elicia, D like David, N like Nora, T like time, Z like zebra, LER.
Where are you currently employed?
I work for the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
And what is your position with, can I call it ABCA?
Yes,
What is your position with ABCA?
I am a lead investigator
And how long have you been a lead investigator?
for approximately 6 years.
And beyond that, how long have you been an investigator with ABCA?
Approximately 18, a little over 18 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities as an investigator with ABCA?
I enforce the alcohol laws of the District of Columbia, as well as conduct regulatory inspections.
Okay. Are you familiar with an establishment named Dirty Water?
Yes,
How are you familiar with Dirty Water?
I have visited the establishment on several occasions for enforcement actions.
Okay. And as it relates to this specific case, how are you familiar with this establishment?
Our office received an e-complaint that the establishment was operating without an ABC manager and that the bartender was under the age of 21.
Okay. Now, did you create a case report for your investigation?
I did.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as Government Exhibit 1. Just a moment. Investigator Dantzler, are you able to see the document?
Yes,
Okay. And do you recognize this document?
I do.
What is it?
That is my case report that I drafted after visiting the establishment.
And why did you create this report?
The report was created because I found the establishment in violation.
Okay. And what was the purpose of creating the report?
To document my findings of what I discovered on January 12th of 2025.
Okay. And just for the record, the case report is already a part of the board's record under 23 DCMR section 1713.10.
You are correct, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you. Investigator Dantzler, you mentioned that you had to investigate an e-complaint. Did you visit the establishment on the day that you started working on this report?
Yes.
And what day was that?
The day of the week?
What date?
The date, I'm sorry, of January 12th, 2025.
Okay. And when you went to the establishment on January 12th, 2025, what occurred during your investigation?
I responded to the second floor of the establishment. I found the establishment was open. I noticed that televisions were were on. To the left of the establishment is a bar. I saw a male employee behind the bar. I also observed two male patrons sitting at the bar. And I also noticed a table across from the bar where there were 6 males sitting at the table.
What, if anything, did you notice about those young men at the bar and at the table?
I noticed the two males at the table looked to be under the age of 21. And I noticed the table across from the bar, the men looked to be under 21.
Objection, this is speculation.
Ms. Brown?
Well, the point of an investigation is to get an understanding of the surroundings and figure out the facts. And so we are just simply walking through her investigation and what she was able to eventually deduce from the information she collected and observed.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You can answer the question, ma'am, if you're. And again, this is firsthand. She's not speculating. She
She's
testified that
speculating about
she's.
their age, though.
No, but she has stated she's a lead investigator. She stated that she has worked for the agents for over 18 years. And so she stated that, in her view, they looked like they were under 21. So it's not speculation. Whether or not that is proven or not, but she's testifying based on her experience. So I'm overruling the objection, sir.
Okay.
You can answer the question, ma'am, if you can.
You noted that the individuals you saw at the establishment appeared to be under 21. Did you notice anything else about those individuals at the establishment?
Nothing else other than that.
What, if anything, did those individuals have with them?
Well, each of them had an alcoholic beverage.
Okay. Now, once you noticed that these individuals appeared to be young and they had drinks in front of them, what did you do next?
One of the complaints was that the establishment didn't have an ABC manager, and that the bartender was underage. And looking at the employee that was behind the bar, I took the position that he was the bartender, but he was definitely well over 21. So I identified myself as an applicant investigator and asked to speak to the ABC manager or the owner. And the male advised that he was actually the ABC manager and provided me with his ABC manager's card. And
Once you established that he was the ABC manager, what did you do next in your investigation?
I then stated to, his name is Mr. Espinoza. I stated to Mr. Espinoza as to the reason why I was there. And I said to him that the two males sitting at the bar looked to be under the age of 21. So I asked him, did he see their identification? And he stated that he did check for their ID.
Once you established that he had checked the IDs, what did you do next?
I then asked him to ask them for their ID again, because I wanted to check their IDs to see if they actually provided an identification.
And were you able to check those IDs?
Yes.
Okay, and how did that inspection go?
Mr. Espinoza retrieved the identifications. So I took possession of the IDs. I looked at the first ID, which was a New York driver's license. And so what I noticed about the ID, the photograph looked fuzzy to me.
Okay, and once you noticed that the ID was fuzzy, what did you do?
Our office has an app called IntelliCheck that we have downloaded on our work cell phone. And so I brought the app up. I flipped the driver's license on the back side. I used the camera to align with the barcode and waited for the device to advise me of its findings.
Okay, and what were the findings?
The IntelliCheck turned red. And it turns red for two different reasons. One reason could be that the ID is actually valid and the person is under the age of 21. Or the other one could be that the ID is fake, and that, or the third reason it can turn green and it indicates that the ID is valid.
Okay, and in this case, what was the result?
The result was that the ID was fraudulent.
Okay, and you noted that there were two individuals at the bar. The second individual, did you take his ID as well?
Yes.
And what kind of ID did he have? From what state was the ID?
It was a Vermont driver's license.
And did you also scan his ID with IntelliCheck?
I did.
And what was the result?
It came back the same result as the New York driver's license, that it came back fraudulent.
After you'd scanned these IDs, what did you do with them?
I kept the identifications.
Okay, and why did you keep them?
Our regulations permit us to confiscate fraudulent identifications used to secure alcohol. And I didn't want them to also use the identifications at another establishment to ascertain alcohol.
Now, these two IDs that you confiscated, did you make any copies of those IDs to attach to your report?
I did.
Now showing you your Exhibit 1 of government's Exhibit 1, which is your report. Or is this the copy that you made?
Yes.
Of the IDs?
Yes.
Did you also make an additional copy of the IDs?
Yes.
And what was the difference between this copy and the additional copy you made that you provided to the district?
One of that copy is a black and white, but I also took a color photo as well.
Okay. Now showing you what's been marked as government exhibit number 2. Is this the color copy to which you just referred?
Yes.
Okay. And why did you also provide this color copy to the district?
To show that they presented color copies to me.
As it relates to the quality of the images that were provided, was there a reason why you also provided this image to the district?
Well, when I
compared to the black and white ones?
Yeah, when I took the copy, made the copies, I didn't realize that I had it in black and white. So I took the black and white in, changed the copier to color. So you can see how it actually was when I received it, it was in color.
Thank you. And just to highlight for the board, what was the feature you first noticed about these IDs that indicated to you that they were fake?
Both of the photographs had looked fuzzy to me.
Okay. Now directing your attention back to Government's Exhibit 1, which is your report. After you concluded that these IDs were fake, what happened next during your investigation?
Well, Mr. Espinoza had took the Bud Light beers from the gentleman at the bar and tossed them in the trash. And I had told him, when I was, after checking the IDs that, immediately when it turned red, I said, well, both of these identifications are fake. I then turned my attention to the table that was behind the bar. And when I looked at the table, all of the alcoholic beverages that were there upon my arrival were void. There were no more alcohol on the table. But there was one gentleman who was there. He still had his beer in his hand.
And what, if anything, did that young man with the beer still in hand do?
Without any prompting from me, he voluntarily asked to have his identification checked. So that's kind of unusual. So I'm like, okay. So I took his identification, scanned it just as I did with the other two identifications, and it came back green, which is an indicator that the ID was an actual, a real ID.
Based on your numerous years of experience checking IDs with ABCA, what did you conclude about the individuals at that table?
Objection. Calls for speculation. I know you've already overruled on it, but I just want it noted for the record.
All right, so noted. All right, so I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead, ma'am, answer the question.
I concluded that the five males that were sitting at, the other five males sitting at the table were under the age of 21.
Now, on January 12th, when you're at Dirty Water, did you speak to any other employees at the establishment besides Mr. Espinoza?
No.
Did you, do you know who the owner of Dirty Water is?
I now know, yes.
Okay. And are you able to identify who the owner is?
Yes.
Okay, who's the owner?
Mr. Casey.
Okay, and did you speak with him the night that you did your investigation on January 12th?
No.
Did you interact with him at all while you were investigating, while you were inspecting those IDs on January 12th?
No.
Okay. Now, you testified that you confiscated those two IDs from the young men that were at the bar. Did there come a time when you further inspected those IDs more closely?
Yes.
And are you aware of a time where a representative from Dirty Water came to inspect those IDs as well?
Yes.
Were you present for that inspection?
Yes.
And on that date, did you do a further inspection of those IDs?
Yes.
And do you remember what date that was that that inspection was held?
It was on or about April 9th,
Okay.
2025. Yeah.
Okay. Now, on the date of the inspection on April 9th, were additional photographs taken of those IDs that you confiscated?
Yes.
Now, showing you what's been marked as government's exhibit number 3, starting with the first image. Are these the photographs to which you just referred? That were taken on April 9th?
Yes.
Okay. And are these a fair and accurate representation of those photographs as you last saw them?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, the district would like to move both Exhibit 2 and Exhibit 3 into evidence. Exhibit 2 was the additional photographs that Investigator Dantzler took, and Exhibit 3 is the photographs that were taken during the inspection.
Mr. Casey, any objection to Exhibit 2 and 3?
No, sir.
Without objection, so moved.
Now, Investigator Dantzler, on the day that you further inspected these IDs, April 9th, did you compare these IDs with any other materials in order to further validate that they were fake?
Yes.
And what material did you compare those IDs to?
We have an ID checkbook that we get annually, and I compare the identifications with the 2024 ID booklets that we provide to licensees.
Now showing you what's been marked as government's Exhibit 4. Do you recognize the excerpts included in this exhibit?
Yes.
And are these the pages that you compared those IDs to on April 9th?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to move Exhibit 4 into evidence.
Mr.
No objection.
Without objection.
Thank you. Now, more specifically, Investigator Dancer, I'd like you to kind of walk us through a little bit of, backing up. During the investigation, did you meet with Mr. Casey, the owner of Dirty Water?
On April 9th, I did.
Yes. And did you get to observe his inspection of the IDs at all?
Yes.
And during that inspection, what, if anything, did you see him do with the IDs?
He handled both of the identifications. I saw him take photographs of the identifications. He also had like a black light that I saw him take across the front and back of the identifications. And he had one of the ID books.
Was it a book similar to this one depicted in Exhibit 4?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any time limit or anything, any parameters put on Mr. Casey during his inspection?
No.
Okay. Now, when you inspected those IDs further on April 9th as well, can you highlight for the board what specific attributes you noticed between Exhibit 3, showing the fake IDs, and Exhibit 4, which have the images of the real IDs? What aspects did you notice were fake comparatively?
As I testified, I found the photograph to be fuzzy, and comparing it to the ID book on the 9th,
Okay.
I noticed that.
So when you say that the image was fuzzy, are you referring to this large image to the left of the fake New York ID?
Yes.
Okay. And are you comparing that to page 37 of the ID book that
Correct.
shows the New York State licenses? What is the difference? You mentioned that in Exhibit 3, the ID seemed to be fuzzy. What did you notice about the images on the license in the book?
And it was more pronounced. The photos were clear to me.
Okay. And as it related to the Vermont ID, which is found in the 4th image of Government's Exhibit 3, did you also compare that to ABCA's ID checking guide?
Yes.
Okay. And did you compare that to page 50 of that guide?
Yes.
Okay. And when you compared the fake ID with what is depicted in that book, what did you discover?
I immediately noticed that the picture, the large picture there, at the top, the looking at the large photo, I noticed that there's a big gap between the top of the head of the photograph and that first colored bar just above his head. There was a gap there. And comparing it to the booklet, there's no spacing in that
Are
area.
you referring to the top of his head and this blue line that goes across the ID, that there's a large gap here?
Right, for the larger photo and the smaller photo. They both have a gap between it.
Between the top of their head, which appears to be near this blue line here,
Yes,
and the same thing you're saying for the small image here?
correct.
And are you comparing that to, is it this yellow emblem here?
Correct.
Okay, there's a space. And you're saying that it's overlaid here.
Correct.
Okay. Now, was there anything that you noticed as related to the text of the fake ID versus the real ID?
Yes, with the fake ID, I noticed where it has the driver's license number, is off, is not even across. So it kind of like it goes up and then it goes down, so it's not
So
fully aligned.
are you saying that where it says license number and then where it lists the actual number 431-33172, that's lower down?
Correct.
And what do you see here in the real IDs?
The license number, everything is aligned there.
Okay. Did you notice anything else about the text on the IDs?
I noticed that the font on the fake ID, it wasn't it's not the same size.
Okay. What portion of the ID had font that was not the correct size?
Like his name on the fake ID, his name was smaller.
His name is smaller.
Yes, versus the real ID has a larger font.
Do you want to look at these IDs again and tell me what you're seeing here?
Could you take it back again, please? Yeah, just says, let me just go
What,
back.
if anything, do you notice about the name and the text for the address?
Could you take it back again, please? So the address is larger than, on the fake ID, is larger than the text that's on the real ID.
Okay. Now, as it relates to the signature, what, if anything, did you notice about the fake ID?
That the signature was partially missing.
Are you referring to the signature that is below the large image on the left side of the ID?
Correct.
Now, you said it was missing. Was it always missing? Why was it missing?
It's when I had it in hand, I can actually scratch the signature off.
And in your experience, many years of experience reviewing IDs, could you normally scratch off a signature on an ID?
No.
And when you got the ID, I know that this photo is from April 9th, but when you originally got the ID, as it is shown in Exhibit 2, was the signature already missing?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Casey, any questions?
Yes, just to start, Ms. Dancer, could you show me where in the ID book's verification section it mentions any of the issues that you just brought up? If you could just pull back on Exhibit 4, please.
Are you asking me to share my screen?
I don't know who was sharing the stream, whoever had Exhibit 4.
Hold on, sir. Hold on. Miss Brown was sharing her screen.
I'm
So
sorry, I don't know
you
who.
either have the document that you share your screen. I can give you permission to share your screen, or as a courtesy, you could ask her to put the exhibits back up.
Okay, I'm sorry, I wasn't realize how to work. Do you want me to pull it up in my email, her documents?
I'm just saying that's it. I'm just saying to you where the process is that
Okay.
You're the one who, if you have some witness documents that you would ask my permission, I will have you share your screen. But since Miss Brown was sharing her screen, if as a professional courtesy, you could ask her to bring her exhibits back up so you can ask the witness on those exhibits.
Hey, Ms. Brown, please, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay. Is it visible? Can you see it?
Yeah, we just hit. Maybe just scroll down to the verification sections for either New York or Vermont, please. So for New York, is there anywhere in the validation section that it mentions anything about what the picture of the ID would look like?
I didn't read the text, but I'm looking at the photograph. And I made my determination based off of the photograph being clear.
And how many different New York Real IDs did you look at to tell the difference between how different DMVs have their camera set up, or how people may have turned in their photo to the DMV to have their picture put on their ID or anything like that?
Could you repeat the question, Mr. Casey?
Yeah, I was just wondering how many other New York State IDs you looked at to see like what the quality of other pictures on those IDs looked like. So, for example, if somebody sent in a camera card where it's a little bit blurry because they took it at home, or if there was different standard of quality between the different DMV cameras, that obviously might. I mean, when we're looking at the ID book, we're looking at the picture perfect copy of each one of these IDs. So.
I couldn't say how many New York IDs I've looked at. I've never kept account based on state.
But you didn't compare it to any for this one.
I didn't need to compare it to another ID. It was evident to me that that the picture wasn't clear.
Okay, and so did you reach a determination that that night Dirty Water violated 25-781?
Correct.
So to be clear, you personally concluded that night that Dirty Water had served underage patrons or accepted fake IDs of such quality that a violation had occurred.
Correct.
And you're testifying today that in your professional judgment that evening was a violation, correct?
Yes.
If I could just, so I need to pull up Exhibit 4 probably from my email. If I could share my screen, please.
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Casey to share his screen?
Access granted.
Give me a second. I'm sorry, I wasn't aware I was supposed to have this ready. That's my fault. So I'm sorry for making you all wait.
That's fine, sir. We have all the time available, sir.
Okay, are you able to see this?
No, sir, you're not. Okay, yes, okay, you're sharing your screen now.
We got-
So,
All right, thank you.
what is it that you're,
Okay, so
you're looking at?
we're looking at the night shift summary from January 12th, the night in question. This was filled out by Ms. Dantzler. Her name is right here. So Ms. Dantzler, this is the night shift summary from that you just testified about. Referring to dirty water, could you please read aloud what you read regarding what you recorded regarding the violations on that night?
Objection?
Just specifically the last two sentences.
Hold on. What's the nature of the objection?
It's not clear to me what this document is.
Or what is? I mean, what is it? What is this document, sir?
This is the investigative summary filled out by Investigator Dantzler on the night of the violation.
Is there an exhibit number?
Yeah, that's Exhibit 4.
This exhibit. That's not the exhibit 4 I have.
Yes, it is. It's page 343 of it.
Hold on, please. Hold on. Okay.
Sorry, you said it was page
343.
Exhibit 4?
Correct.
You sure?
Yeah, page 343.
Page.
Just scroll down through it.
Okay. I understand where this comes from now. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, go ahead.
No, so I could just read the last two lines of it. It says, Ms. Dantzler wrote, no ABCA violation could be charged because under our regulations, under sale to minor, allow licensees to use this defense. Ms. Dantzler, could you please explain what you meant by that?
Just that Mr. Espinoza stated that he checked the identifications and that he believed that they were of age.
But you wrote that no ABCA violation could be charged, which seems to be in direct contradiction to your testimony so far when you said that it is an ABCA violation.
Is that a question or?
I mean, I guess if there's a question, is it were you lying before or are you lying now?
Well, I'm not lying. There was internal communications about my findings. And so I was instructed to write up the case despite my position that you have there.
So you lied on the internal communication is what you're saying?
I didn't lie on the.
All right. Why? I guess well, okay, go ahead. I apologize. Is there an objection? Is there an objection, Ms. Brown?
This is an objection. It mischaracterizes the evidence. Kind of, it's accusatory, kind of badgering the witness. She's already provided an answer as to why she gave different information before.
I'm going to sustain the objection. I think I'm going to sustain the objection. So.
Okay.
Go ahead,
can I move Exhibit 4 into evidence?
Ms. Brown?
No objection.
Without objection.
Okay, and if we could just move back to the Vermont IDs, if we could go back to Government Exhibit 4.
Are you asking me to share my screen?
Yes, please, if you could.
Government Exhibit 4, the
Yes.
book.
Yeah, the book. And if you just scroll down to the validation section. Again, is there anywhere in the validation or the description that matches anything that a reasonable person would have missed on the IDs?
The photograph was fuzzy. Yeah.
Yeah. So the question was if there was anything in the description or the validation or the number or the term or anything in text that anybody reading all of the descriptions of the ID and then comparing it with the actual ID. I mean, obviously, if you have a perfect ID and a well-worn ID that somebody's been using for a while, they're going to be a little bit different. That's the real ID, a fake ID, anything. But so I don't mean to be giving testimony, but I was just asking if there's anything different in the description or the validation.
Yes, I believe
Objection?
that.
The question is vague.
I agree. I'll rephrase that. Is there anything in the description, validation, number, or term portion of the text that is different from what the fake ID had?
I'm still confused by that question.
By reading the text, is there any way that you could tell the ID was fake?
The text on the
text of the book, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, the text in the book. Well, I didn't read the text in the book. So on the night of the violation, I went by the photograph that I saw, and the photograph was fuzzy, and that was the point, the genesis of why I checked the ID with the IntelliCheck.
Okay, no further questions.
You can close the screen, please. Can Mr. Casey, can you put exhibit 4 back on the screen, please? And I guess page
Yes,
343.
Yeah, I have it up. Am I able to share?
We didn't take that from you, so I need you to put it back on the screen, sir. Are you able to share your screen?
I think so. You got it?
No, sir. All right. Yes. So go to, yeah. So, Investigator Densler, explain to me what is this? It's on page, what am I looking at? Where it says Sunday, June 12, 2024, anonymous and summary. Tell me, what am I reading?
So what you're reading is a synopsis of the nightly activities that came into our office as it relates to telephone calls or e-complaints or self-initiated acts from the investigators. And so a summary is done nightly and is sent to management and investigators to keep everyone apprised of what happened on that particular night.
So you write your summary.
I do as a lead investigator, or it's completed by a supervisor.
So who wrote the summary?
I wrote the summary.
And so you basically stated that you went out and based on your investigation, you believe that there was no violation because the identification provided look real. I'm trying to find out, what did you conclude here?
Well, I concluded that Mr. Espinoza stated that he looked at the identification and he thought that the identification, was valid. And so when I explained the violation that I thought I had when I went in there, and Mr. Espinoza took that position, our law stated that was an affirmative defense. So I took that to my supervisors, and, you know, I didn't think it was a violation. However, after reading the code again, that determination was not for me to make. It's up to the board to make that determination whether or not if the licensee use what they were supposed to do or do what they were supposed to do to determine if the identification was valid.
But based on the license, should a reasonable bar owner, I'm not going to say a reasonable person because it's a different standard, but should a reasonable bar owner have known that this was a fake ID?
I think, yes, the licensee should have known that something was amiss because the photographs, in my opinion, were fuzzy.
But you said fuzzy. What do you mean by fuzzy?
Yeah.
What do you mean by fuzzy?
It wasn't clear to me when I looked at the photograph. It wasn't clear, which is why I used the IntelliCheck to either support or not support my suspicions. And then coupled with the actions of the gentleman sitting at the table, all alcohol was removed. They were within earshot, you know, of the investigation. You know, once I, you know, after writing the summary, I thought it was best to just move forward with the violation and let the board make its decision based off the totality of what occurred.
Now, I guess, as an investigator who usually goes out and you do sale to minor, or you look at IDs, did this individual, did he look like he was under 21?
He did. They all did.
And so, what should a reasonable, well, no. I don't have any other questions at this juncture. I might have some other questions. You can close the screen, please, sir. Any other questions by the board members? All right, if no other questions, Mr. Casey, any questions of the witness based on the questions that I asked?
Yeah, just one question. At what point did you determine that there should have been a violation? Since we've been going up until this point, we've operated on. Actually, never mind. I'll retract that question. No further questions.
Any redirect, Ms. Brown?
Yes. Investigator Dantzler, when you entered the establishment on January 12, 2025, and saw those patrons in there, you testified looked young, and you looked at that ID, was there any hesitation in your mind when you looked at those IDs that they might have even been valid?
They weren't valid identifications.
Okay, no further questions.
Dantzler, thank you for your testimony today. Have a great day. Does the government have another witness?
No.
Does the government rest?
Government rest.
Mr. Casey, do you have a witness you wish to call?
I'll be doing it through direct examination, so if you want to swear me in right now.
Okay, can you raise your right hand, please, sir? Do you swear or affirm? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead, sir.
Sorry. Members of the board, following the testimony of Investigator Dantzler and her own written admission in the night show summary that she did not determine a violation occurred on January 12th, 2025, it is now time to ground this proceeding in actual evidence. The government has alleged the violation of DC Code subsection 25-781, a provision that allows for an affirmative defense when an employee is shown and inspects an ID of such apparent validity that a reasonable person would believe it was real. That is the statutory standard. We will now walk through 4 exhibits that are critical to understanding why there was no violation here and why this enforcement action cannot stand. Let's begin with exhibits 1 and 2, the actual IDs presented to staff on January 12th. We are asking that the board take these IDs into evidence and examine the security features yourself. These IDs had holograms, UV images, and other visual identifications typically associated with authentic state-issued identification. There were no visible defects, no obvious signs of tampering, and no mismatched photographs. The expiration dates were current, and the barcodes on the back were valid, and scanning them produced all available information listed on the front of the ID. If I could share my screen, please, to show Exhibit 1 first.
I believe you still have that ability, sir.
I still have it? I'm sorry.
It's a screen.
Objection.
What's the nature of the objection,
I
ma'am?
just want to raise that this is more so argument than it is testimony. So
Well,
it's sounding more like a closing. So is this testimony?
I hear what you're saying, but you're going to have an opportunity to cross-examine him. So, but it sounded that way, but unfortunately, when you have a person who they're calling themselves as a witness, but you will have an opportunity to cross-examine. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So just to walk us through Exhibit 1 here, Exhibit 1, this is...
You're not sharing.
I'm not sharing my screen? I'm sorry.
No.
Share screen. Exhibit 1. So here we have the holograph.
I'm not seeing your screen.
Not holographs, but
yes.
Got it now?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Here we have the holograms on the back of the ID. Here we have the holograms on the front of the ID, and we have the ghost image, which is the what would you call it? The ghost image of his face, which when you tilt the ID will switch over to his date of birth, which I guess I really didn't do a good job of capturing, but when you take them in chambers, you'll be able to see it. And then here's the UV from the other side of it. And then obviously on the side of it, you have his name and his date of birth, and all the ghost or microprints on the right side of it. And then the back of the ID, you have the same security features all matching up right there. I'd like to, well, I'll just go over to Exhibit 2 while we're here. If I can figure out how to do it. Same thing here with Exhibit 2. We have the UV on front. Same thing with the UV on the back that matches everything that says it should match in the ID book that we have entered in evidence before. Same thing here. So I'd just like to make a motion to move Exhibits 1 and 2, showing the UV and all the additional security features that aren't visible to the naked eye, into evidence.
Any objection?
The district would like to raise one objection. Is that during motions practice? Jury Water made it very clear that it did not want us to include anything that was not visible to the naked eye, and particularly that UV light would not be discussed. But here he is now submitting exhibits that do exactly that. So the district takes this position that these actually go against the intent of what the parties agreed to and going forward with this hearing virtually. And therefore we object to the admission of those exhibits, but we respect whatever the board's decision is.
So I would just like to clarify what I said by that. And it was the same thing that I said at the start of the hearing when we were doing the preliminary motions. What I was concerned about was that they were going to show microprint or something, and I wouldn't have the ID in front of me to be able to point to that specific thing. That's all that I was concerned about. If you want to go back and read through the emails between me and Ms. Brown that Mr. Berman was on, we can certainly do that. At no point did I object to using any sort of the security features. It's just that I didn't want to have a hearing where we were relying on manipulating the ID to show those security features. So there was actually one email I sent to Mr. Berman where one of the stipulations to have the hearing virtually rather than in person was that Ms. Brown did only rely on features that she could show in a photograph and were visible to the naked eye. Regardless, I don't think there's any reason that they should not be in evidence.
And so you're objecting, ma'am, because why are you objecting again?
The objection is that these exhibits exhibit exactly what Dirty Water was saying we could not use in a virtual hearing, which was anything having to do with UV light and manipulation of the ID, which is what is depicted in these photographs.
I was not a part of, and I'm unfortunate. The board is at a disservice because I was not a part of the discussion. It wasn't raised here, so I don't think I'm in a position to rule that it goes beyond because I don't know what the parties had agreed to. And there's some disagreement. There's disagreement here between the parties about what the agreement was, and so I'm going to overrule the objection because I don't have a basis. I don't have a basis to sustain the objection because I was not a part of the agreement of what it is that the parties agreed to. You can put your objection on the record, Ms. Brown, but as I stated before, I'm not in a position to sustain the objection. And so the board will, so I said before, I'm sustaining the objection and the board will take the document for what it's worth. Okay.
So am I allowed to continue, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So next, moving on to Exhibit 3, we see photographs of the exact same individuals whose IDs were confiscated in Exhibit 1. These photographs depict them drinking at multiple other alcohol-licensed establishments throughout Washington, D.C. before and after January 12th.
Hold on.
What is
there an exhibit that we're looking at? I don't know.
So I even brought it up yet. I was finishing introducing it. Do you want me to pull it up? I can pull it up for
you. You're telling that I don't know what. So you mentioned the exhibit, but I didn't see anything on the screen. That's what I was pointing out, that there was no exhibit on the screen.
Okay, let me see. I can pull it up for you. In all likelihood, they were using the same fake IDs or identical duplicates of them that they used at Dirty Water. This matters greatly. First, these IDs pass muster at multiple venues.
Hold on. So there's an objection. What's the nature of the objection?
There's multiple now. One, there's speculation that they likely use the same IDs at other establishments. But additionally, this is not relevant to this case because this case is solely about the conduct that occurred at Dirty Water at no other establishments. And so this evidence is not relevant to this case.
So to the second objection, I'll argue that the standard for entering evidence for this hearing is that it's such that a reasonable person might take it as something to further their substantial evidence for the case. So I think that a reasonable person would certainly look at what other establishments perceived regarding their IDs as a standard for evidence. And as far as speculation, it is speculation to a point, but when we're talking about the same people slightly before in the months before and after, I think it is extremely reasonable to assume that they were the same IDs being used at these establishments.
Can you raise the screen? I mean, are there drinks here? I mean, I don't know. I mean,
yeah, there's alcohol in there, and like this is the person who had the Vermont ID, their Instagram page. So you have him. It's the New York ID person's on the right, the Vermont ID person's on the left. They're at the bullpen, and actually the New York ID person commented on the Vermont ID's post. There's a high noon in his hand. He's clearly drinking. They're clearly at the bullpen. There's a number of these that I'm going through just to show that obviously other establishments throughout the city have accepted their IDs as valid. So it's not just us.
But how do you know that's alcohol in their hand?
Because it's a high noon. High noon is alcohol. I might have lost it. This beverage right here is tequila high noon.
Maybe I guess I guess.
I mean, it's clear from like.
I'm
like
sorry.
right
I'm sorry, sir.
Oh.
I am just lost.
Uh,
So I didn't know what it was. I thought it was a cup. And so
no.
you're
Okay.
now telling me that it's tequila high noon. So
And regardless, the bullpen is a 21 plus establishment. So even if the ID would have had been accepted to have even gained access to the establishment.
Further objection, I believe the date on here is March 30th. March 30th of what year? That's
It was
unclear.
March 30th of this year. I could pull up their Instagram pages if you want. I know that wasn't put in evidence though, so I don't know if.
So further,
that would
this is not relevant or appropriate evidence because it could not have been the IDs that were confiscated because they were confiscated on January 12th. So this is not relevant. I'm
sorry. It's pretty common knowledge that when you get a fake ID, you get at least one duplicate of that ID.
But all right.
I don't have fake IDs, so I don't know.
All right. I believe that the testimony is that the ID was confiscated. Is that correct?
Yeah, but you get duplicate IDs if you go through the
Sir,
training.
But you're making you're making a leap. Okay.
I'm not making a leap.
No, because the IDs were confiscated in January, and you're showing us some things that happened in March after the ID was confiscated. So why is I'm not gonna look because I don't see how what's the relevance of what happened after the agency has taken the ID.
Well, they obviously have a duplicate of the ID. It's even in the training that I wasn't allowed to have a copy of it. They made it known that everyone gets a duplicate of their ID when they buy a fake ID. That is common knowledge that ABCA training disseminates.
But I don't know that they had a duplicate ID, and although the agency took their ID, they had the duplicate that they took to another establishment 3 months later and was let in. So I'm not.
Can we only allow? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
I was going to ask if we can only allow the photographs that were taken prior to the January 12th date into evidence. If there's some way I can modify that.
So what photographs you have? I mean, I think the question was that when was this photograph taken, and this is March 30th.
Yeah, so there's a whole bunch of photographs. Some were taken before, some were taken after.
I don't know. The only photograph that I see on the screen is a photograph that was taken March 30th. The government objected to it because this is after the fact. So that is the only photograph that's in the record. So I don't know what other photograph that you're.
Okay. So this photograph right here.
Hold on, sir. All right. So I'm going to rule. So I'm going to sustain the objection that the government raised for photographs that were taken after the January date when our agency confiscated the IDs. Okay. But if there are other pictures that you have prior to that date, I mean, we can consider that. But
Objection.
What's the nature of the objection?
The objection to the previous ones is that we cannot speculate as to what IDs they use, if IDs were checked, who at the establishment did what, where they were. This is fully speculation, and this evidence is not appropriate for this hearing.
All right. Do you have any comments that you want to make, sir, Mr. Casey? From the government
Yes, so if they have alcohol in their hands at a 21 plus institution like Whitlow's commonly is late at night, they would have both either had to have shown it at the door, which they do 99.9% of the time, or they would have had to shown it at the time that they received their alcoholic beverage. So I think the fact that they showed an ID that's not speculation. That's something that we almost definitely know to happen. The second part to that, I'm sorry, what was the second part? I think I'm blanking on it right now.
Whether the IDs were checked and what IDs were used is wholly speculation.
I think it's reasonable that the same IDs were used that were compensated here. I mean, obviously, I defer to the board if they would like to sustain or remove that, but I think it's at least adds to the credibility and is a reasonable person can make their own decision whether they believe that or not. I think that the standard of evidence for this hearing should allow it.
I'm gonna sustain the objection. I think that I think we agree that they're underage. We don't know whether or not IDs were checked prior. We don't know whether or not IDs were checked at the other establishments. And you're not providing us evidence that these were the IDs that were used, or these were the IDs that were used prior to this incident. And so I'm going to sustain the objection. So I'm not going to allow this evidence and this evidence to be introduced and this document to be introduced in evidence. It's too speculative. Because we don't know. We don't know whether or not IDs were checked. We don't know whether or not the IDs that were confiscated by the agency in January, if these are the IDs that were utilized by these individuals in attending a different establishment. And we don't know whether or not that establishment, although you're saying it's 21 or over, we don't know whether or not IDs were checked when they entered those establishments. So
even though they have,
I'm sorry. Sir, as I guess this is part of the case is that they had IDs. I'm not sure if they had IDs. So, so I'm sustaining the objection, sir. So I'm not going to move these documents in evidence.
Okay, thank you. And again, I'm sorry for speaking out of turn. I don't mean to be trying doing that. I'm just not used to this.
It's never speaking out of turn, sir. You have been respectful. So as long as you're respectful, then we're fine.
Okay. So I guess now I'll move on to Exhibit 7.
Okay, what's Exhibit 7? So you need to close the screen if you need to go to Exhibit 7, sir, and pull up Exhibit 7.
I'm trying to pull it up.
But I think you need to close this one first before you to go to a different exhibit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think it. Not showing up here. So I tried to download these in that quick second break we had there, but looks like this one didn't want to work for me. Yeah.
While we're waiting, I know we're supposed to have a 1:30 calendar. Hold on 1 minute, sir. We're not going to have a 1:30 calendar, so I will look at the calendar and I will let folks know what time we will start our afternoon calendar, because we still have another morning case that we have to do. So I'll look at the schedule and I'll advise the public what time our afternoon calendar will start, okay? Go ahead, sir.
Are we sharing or no? Are we able to see it, or is it still...
No, sir, you're not. There's nothing going on. Let's pause.
Am I able
No,
to read this into evidence? It's just
no.
text.
Hold on.
Just for the...
I need to do something. Just hold on 1 minute, please. Just hold on 1 minute.
Okay.
Are you back? I think you're sharing your screen. I'm back. I think you're now sharing your screen. So what is it? What is it that you're trying for us to
Do you see it?
see? Well,
is this just like a chat caption? Is that...
Well, you need to scroll through the document. So you're sharing your screen, but you didn't. The document is not open.
This is it. The document's not open. Why is that?
What is it that you're showing us, sir?
This is just a snippet of the transcript from the May ABCA ID training. So it's not even a picture of anything. It's just, I could just read it into the record if there's no objection to that.
Objection.
What you said there is or isn't, Ms. Brown?
There is an objection.
What's the nature of the objection?
And it's that, well, for one, this is after the fact. This is on May 12th. So this teaching does not have bearing on what Dirty Water should have known to do back on January 12th. And further, this is really not a complete transcript at all. There's no context as to even who this is, who's talking. I don't know if it's accurate. I don't know who the person is who's speaking. So for various reasons, and the fact that I also can't even cross-examine or further examine this individual, this evidence would not be appropriate for this hearing.
So this is what I subpoenaed. I subpoenaed the originally I subpoenaed the March copy of it, and Ms. Brown objected because it was after the fact, and I made the argument that the standard that they're bringing forth as their compliance standard after the fact should still be applicable, and I cited a relevant case law to that. But obviously the board objected to that subpoena, but I also brought up in my subpoena that we'd also attended the January 2020, the January of 2024 version of that. And during that, the training and the compliance standards and everything were largely the same. So we would also accept that version of the training, the video, and that was denied. I'm not really sure why. I definitely think that we should have been able to receive that video and enter it into evidence, considering it's the ABCA fake ID training and we attended it. But
I'm gonna sustain the objection, sir. I don't know what this is. I don't know this document. I don't know the context. So I'm gonna sustain the objection that it's not relevant for this case. Okay. All right. Anything else?
So I need to gather my thoughts if we can't do that. I'm not really sure why that's being objected to. I definitely don't think that should be abstained, but we can move forward.
Okay. You can put you can raise your objection. You can make your objection for the record. But I sustain the objection, and I'm not allowing this to occur.
Yes,
Yeah.
Okay, I guess the last thing that I'll say is, although this might not be relevant to this case, throughout 2024, we turned in approximately 50 fake IDs to ABCA and have a staff sitting behind the bar since we learned on January 18th that ABCA is no longer interested in receiving them. I'm simply just reading this into the record because I don't have anything else to say because the rest of my argument was based upon Exhibits 3 and Exhibit 7, primarily Exhibit 7, which have been objected to. So I guess just to wrap up, even without Exhibit 3 and Exhibit 7, the IDs that we've seen clearly were of a quality that a reasonable person would believe that they were valid. Obviously, I wish that I could show you that they've obviously been able to use them before and likely after the date that one of them was seized at our location, but that's I'm not able to, so I don't even know why I'm talking through that. I wish I could show you the investigatory standard that is used for the rest of the city and seems to be the compliance standard also before this board, but I'm not able to do that either. So
That's not true, sir. Okay. This is you're presenting your case. When you close, you can make all those arguments, sir. Okay.
Okay.
So you're not being prevented from doing anything. So most of the arguments that you're making, the statements that you're making, sir, in closing, you can close your case and you can cite all of that. Okay. But I think at this juncture, you're testifying, and so Ms. Brown is going to have an opportunity to cross-examine you based on the testimony that you have given, and the board is going to give you the board members might ask questions of you. But you, at the end of the presentation, Ms. Brown will make a closing statement to say what the facts show, what the board should what she believes the board's position should be, and you will do the same. What you believe, based on what the evidence that you present, what it shows, and what you believe the board, how you believe the board should rule. So you will still have that opportunity to do that, sir. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I'll rest my case at this point.
All right. You can close your screen. And then Ms. Brown, do you have any questions that you wish to ask him? Close your screen, please, sir.
So how do I do that?
I don't know.
Oh, no, it's not the right video.
Yeah, it's closed. Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I've never done, I tell people what to do and how to do it and what not to do, but all right. But you've done it. So that works. Okay. Ms. Brown.
No questions for Mr. Casey.
Any questions by any board members?
Yes, I have a few questions.
Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Mr. Casey, what's your role and responsibility to Dirty Water?
I'm the owner.
You're the owner. How long have you been in that role?
Since August of 23.
Has anyone else been the owner or run the establishment prior to you?
Yes.
And who was that person?
His name was Todd Luongo, who he was the owner of it.
And you purchased that this establishment from him, or you stepped into it through some other means?
Yeah, so I purchased it. I could go into a little more detail if you like. I don't want to clog the record with it if you're not interested.
And so were you there on the night in question that these IDs were spotted as fakes?
No, I was not.
Who was there as far as who checked these IDs at the door or at the bar?
It was Joel Espinoza. This was a Sunday night. This was during playoff football, so it wasn't like a night atmosphere. Like there weren't that many people. You'd have a door guy in addition to a bartender checking IDs. Just to elaborate a little further, our standard as far as checking IDs during something like that on a Sunday is we have an ID scanner that tells us how many times the ID has come through the establishment. So if it's the first time the ID has come through, we obviously blacklight it. We look through it very closely, make sure all the security features are there. Probably look at it for 90 minutes, 90 seconds to 2 minutes. And then once it comes through like 2 or 3 times, it's the same ID, because we're scanning it over and over again. We're not going to look at it that closely yet going further. This is probably irrelevant, but just to say that he scanned the ID and this wasn't the first time they were there, which I don't even know why I'm saying that. It probably hurts my case, but.
All right. So who do you know who trained Jose Espinoza?
So he took the TIPS training as well as the ABCA issued compliance training back in January of 2024. He's also a bartender at one of the boats in DC. I'm not sure the name of it. And that's primarily where he works, and that's where he had his manager's license from.
And how do you know that these gentlemen had been in the establishment before? You may have articulated it, but can you be very, I guess, straightforward with how you know that they attended this establishment before?
So we scan every single ID that before somebody purchases a drink who looks under like 50 or 60 if there's any question whatsoever. So it'll tell you how many times that same ID has come back, has come through the establishment before. So if it's the first time, you obviously want to do a very good job at looking through it. And then if it is fake, you're either going to confiscate it, or if you're not really 100% sure, you'll give it back, but you'll flag it as something that's fake within the system, so that when it comes back, you get a red message to obviously something happened with it. And then if it's not, it just goes through, and then the next time they come, it'll say it's the second time they're there, or the third time, or however many times they've been at the establishment.
So, how do you know that on this night that, in question, as they had their ID scanned and it showed that they had been there multiple times? How do you know that?
Oh, I went back after and I checked the log with our ID scanner.
And did you provide anyone with the log for evidence in this matter? Did you provide that for evidence, and did you put that forward for this hearing?
No, I didn't. I didn't think that was being contested, whether or not we checked the IDs.
But the log, did you have that to provide for the board?
I would have to go back. I'm sure it's still there.
And is Jose Espinoza not available to testify?
I just didn't think it was relevant. I think that I thought that the issue in this case was whether the IDs were of such quality that a reasonable person would accept them as real, and not if he was a reasonable person.
All right, so
I could probably call him an app. Well, that would probably be rejected too, so never mind.
Look, so we're here now, and my questions are really trying to understand what happened. So Jose checked them. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, Joel.
Oh, Joel. Joel Espinoza, is that right?
Yes.
All right. So Joel checked them, and you're saying, and I don't want to put words in your mouth here, but are you telling the board that Joel is a reasonable person?
Yes.
And Joel, you thought Joel, based on his, experience and the call log, or excuse me, the log of all of the IDs being checked over time, that he saw it on that night and accepted them. Are you telling us that's what happened?
Yes.
I don't have any more questions.
Any other questions by any board members? Ms. Brown, do you have any questions of Mr. Casey based on the questions that were asked by board member Jones?
No questions.
Oh, thank you. All right. And you stated, do you need to make any clarification do you need to make any clarification, Mr. Casey, of anything that you were just asked by board member Jones?
I don't think so. I know I was rambling a little bit, so if anybody has any questions, I probably need to clear that up. But
no, just if you believe that you need to make any clarification, then that's fine.
So that worry me a little bit.
No. This let me explain to you, sir. This is how this goes. Okay. Because the board was when we do cross-examination, so Ms. Brown has cross-examined you, then the board have an opportunity to ask questions. Once the board asks questions, then I give Ms. Brown an opportunity to ask questions based on what the board ask. Now, if you had an attorney and maybe Miss Brown had put you in a position where you couldn't fully explain your answer, then I would give your attorney an opportunity for you to further explore, because since when you're cross-examined, you're put in a box, and so you can't fully express your responses. So that's why I came back to you to say, do you need to clarify a statement? Not because you did anything wrong. It is just the process to give you an opportunity. It's your case, so you have the last word on your witness's testimony, and that's why I came back there. Okay.
Understood. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. All right, so you stated that you've rested, so now it's an opportunity for us to do closing. And so the government goes first in doing closing, and then you'll have an opportunity to do closing. And in closing, I need the government to share with us what was shown by the testimony and evidence, and what the government wants the board to do. And you, Mr. Casey, your closing is that this is what the evidence shows and what it is that you want the board to do. So go ahead, Ms. Brown.
Oh, I would like to reserve time for rebuttal just in case I want to say something at the end.
All right, ma'am. I will give you probably another 2-3 minutes for rebuttal if one's necessary, because we are way, way, way across. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. The district has proven by substantial evidence in the record that Dirty Water permitted underage patrons to drink alcoholic beverages at the establishment. Investigator Dantzler told you that she noticed the patrons at Dirty Water all looked young and that they were likely all underage. She told you how she confirmed her suspicions when she used IntelliCheck to scan the 2 IDs she took from the boys seated at the bar, and the system identified those IDs as fake. You heard Investigator Dantzler outline the many visible issues with the fake IDs, that the photos were blurry and misaligned, that the text was inconsistent, that the Vermont ID was damaged with a signature scratched off, and you saw the IDs for yourself. You saw the ID checking guide, and you observed those discrepancies between the guide and those fake IDs. And it was clear that those IDs were fake. Under district law, if the ABC board finds Dirty Water liable for serving alcohol to a person under 21 years of age, it is required to issue a fine of no less than $2,000 and must suspend the establishment's license for 5 consecutive days. The district asks that the board impose the maximum $3,000 fine and the 5-day suspension in this case. The investigative history indicates that Dirty Water already received a warning for selling alcohol to a minor last year. Here, it is clear that Dirty Water allowed at least 2 patrons under 21 to drink at the establishment. And based on the evidence, it is likely that the group of guys sitting at the table near the bar, who got rid of their drinks as soon as they heard that Investigator Dantzler was checking IDs, were also underage. It appears that Dirty Water has intentionally, or at least negligently, but certainly habitually, opened its doors to underage drinking crowds and welcomes the opportunity to serve them alcohol. You heard from Investigator Dantzler that the crowd overall appeared to be young, and she was right. The board may offer leniency by staying the 5-day suspension for a year, provided that Dirty Water's employees complete an alcohol training program within 3 months. But based on this evidence and everything you saw today, this establishment should not be afforded the grace of a lower fine. So as the district has asked, $3,000 fine, 5-day suspension. Thank you.
Mr. Casey.
Members of the board, DC Code 25781H provides that it is not a violation to serve a minor if the licensee or their employee was shown an ID that appeared legitimate to a reasonable person and did not display any of the listed red flags. No visible damage, no mismatched photo, no expired date, no missing security features, and no knowledge the person was underage. As you've heard here today, none of the security features or anything listed in the ID book were missing from the ID, as Ms. Dantzler mentioned. Additionally, Ms. Dantzler mentioned that after receiving the ID, she scratched off portions of the signature block, which would also nullify any portions of the signature block that is used in the board's determination whether these IDs were valid or not.
Objection. Mischaracterization of the evidence.
Well, it's closing, and we try not to object during closing, but all right. So
Let the record speak for itself.
okay, go ahead, sir.
That's the legal standard, and that's exactly what happened here. The IDs were convincing, and the law protects reasonable judgments. The IDs confiscated on January 12th, the ones you've now seen for yourselves in Exhibit 1 and 2, were sophisticated, high-quality counterfeits. They were undamaged, had valid expiration dates, matched the individual's appearances, and bore the hallmarks of authentic state-issued IDs. These were not cheap laminated cards from a college dorm printer. And what does the law say? The law says that when no red flags are present and a reasonable person would have believed that the ID was valid, then no violation has occurred, as Ms. Dantzler kindly pointed out in her night show summary on that night. We urge the board to follow the statute, not an unwritten policy, not hindsight, the law. We also showed you, or attempted to show you, the same individuals using those at least some ID at multiple ABCA licensed institutions throughout the city. These weren't isolated instances. These patrons were routinely being served across the city using these IDs both before and after January 12th.
Objection. The district has to make its record. Again, mischaracterization of the evidence. This was speculation. The board made its ruling on this already, and that evidence should not be considered.
Go ahead.
Further, ABCA's own training confirms that staff aren't expected to detect high-quality fakes. I cannot give any evidence from the May 2025 training, but from my personal experience at the January 2024 training, the trainer spoke and gave testimony on the record that licensees will not be tested on their knowledge of fake identifications. However, they will be tested, are you in fact asking for and checking the IDs? That is the government's own instruction. Fake ID detection is not the standard. And yet here we are, penalized for not catching a fake ID better than what ABCA trains for. That's not just, that's not legal, and it violates basic principles of administrative due process. The numbers, the bias, and the statistics speak for themselves. If there were just 50 IDs seized at the locations listed in our subpoena, which was not granted, a number that we know to be much higher, there is just a 1 in 1,362 chance that the only 2 fake IDs that failed to meet the standards set forth under subsection 781 were the 2 Cs in this case. You've seen evidence of selective enforcement, shifting investigative conclusions on the part of Ms. Dantzler, and a written night shift summary by the lead investigator herself that initially declared, quote, no violation occurred. Yet here we are, after the fact, after perception shifted, after months have passed. That's not fair, that's not neutral enforcement, and that's not due process. In conclusion, the law protects those who act reasonably and in good faith. We did both. We relied on the IDs presented, we followed the training ABCA provided, we even confiscated and turned in fake IDs until we were told not to. And now we are asked to come before the board and defend what even Ms. Dantzler described as not a violation, based on the facts that don't meet the standard, training that contradicts the allegation, and enforcement that appears anything but neutral. We ask the board to do what the law requires and what fairness demands. Dismiss the charge under DC Code 25-781 subsection H. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brown, you still need?
Just a brief rebuttal. That is the district's position that we hope that the board will consider the evidence that was presented, that the board review the record based on its findings, based on the evidence that was actually presented, the testimony that was actually presented today, and you will see that those IDs were fake. You can review and see that Investigator Dantzler never scratched off the signature, as you saw in government's exhibits, and you will see that there's no inconsistencies because Investigator Dantzler was able to explain why ABCA took the action it did. We hope that overall, one thing will go back with the board, and that is the one thing that we agree on between the parties, which is that the board apply the applicable rules and the applicable statute that is appropriate for this case. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The record is now closed. Do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law or waive their right to do so?
I wish to file that.
All right, since you've decided to file proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law, then the board will issue a decision 90 days from when the board receives the proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law. So therefore, the proposed findings and fact and conclusion of law will be due 30 days from the date of the transcript. So you should receive the transcript in about 3 weeks. Approximately 3 weeks, you'll receive the transcript, and then you will have 30 days from the receipt of the transcript to provide the proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law. If you change your mind, please inform us. Now, you're aware that you're not bringing any new evidence, sir?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Mostly
All
based
right.
on transcript.
I just want to make sure that it's clear to you that you're not bringing in new evidence. This is basically what was the evidence that was presented today, and what you believe the law states. Okay. All right. All right. All right.
Ms. Brown, I think you're muted.
Yes. And to clarify, Chairperson Anderson, is it that the evidence today is the things that the board has accepted and admitted into evidence?
Yes, and only the
Not
documents.
just whatever documents we try to present.
3 and 7,
I
yeah.
want that to be clear.
And all the documents that are moved into evidence. Okay, so only the documents that were presented and were admitted into evidence, and it's clear. You will, when you review the transcript, and oh Lord, I don't necessarily want to review this transcript, but the transcript will clearly delineate what documents were moved in evidence. Okay, all right, okay, all right. Give me a minute, please. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 25 CMP 00007, Dirty Water, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2-575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberated upon case number 25 CMP 00007, Dirty Water, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2-575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation today. As I stated before, the transcript will be provided in approximately 3 weeks, and the proposed finding of fact and conclusion of law that's due to the agency 30 days after, and we'll issue our decision within 90 days. Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. All right, we need to take a break, but we still have another morning case to go. All right, so this is what I'm going to do, and I hope that the board, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Because I need to do the the last hearing for the morning. I believe that our afternoon, I think, has cleared up. So it's 1:30. So we'll take a 15-minute break, and I'll ask everyone to come back at 1:45 for us to do the last case that we had for the morning, which is case 24 to Focus DC. So we will call Focus DC at 1:45. So we're off the record until 1:45. Okay, thanks. Oh, we're back on the record. All right, I want to give the public some notice. We still have not concluded our morning agenda as yet, so let me give the public notice what is going to happen with our morning calendar. With our afternoon calendar. For case number 24 CMP 00078, the Ugly Mug Dining Saloon, Valor Brew, on license number 71793. The board will be continuing this case based on administrative convenience. That case was supposed to be on at 1:30 this afternoon, but we still have another case that we have to do this morning, continue. So we're going to continue that case to a date to be determined. The next case on our calendar for this that was on our calendar for this afternoon, it's case number 25 PRO 00004, which is a consortium, and that's a protest hearing. It's case number license number 130329. That case is rescheduled to July 23rd at 1:30 p.m. And the next case is case number 25 PRO 00008, Aqua A12, license number 131013. This case will be continued to a date to be determined. Okay, so the next case on our calendar from this morning, excuse me, it's case number 24251 00040, Focus DC, license number 118015. Good afternoon, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Good afternoon. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. Nabil Ali, your access has been elevated. Oh, Mohammed, your access has been elevated. Anthony Cello, your access has been elevated. And investigator Lakita Coates, access elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. I need everyone, their phone lines need to be muted, unless you're speaking, okay?
Hi, this is Ned.
I'm sorry, sir. Whoever is speaking, can you please mute your line, sir? Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for the late. I know this case was supposed to start at this morning, but it is just one of those days. All right. So let me have the parties introduce themselves. For the record, let's start with the government.
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, ANTHONY CELO, on behalf of the district.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cello. Mr. Mixon, can you introduce yourself for the record, sir?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Cameron Mixon with the Veritas Law Firm, counsel for respondent, Focus DC. My name is spelled CAMERONMIXON.
Is your client with you, sir?
Yes, he is on the line as Neb. His name is Nebu Ali.
Mr. Ali, can you please come on camera and spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Neb Ali.
Can you spell your name, please, sir?
N as in Nancy, EBIU. Last name is ALI.
Do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
Yes, it should be on.
Well, I can't see you, sir. But it's not, well, as you can, okay, good. I can see you now. All right, Mr. Philo, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Mr. Chair, none from the district.
Mr. Mixon? No?
None for the respondent either.
All right, this is a show cause hearing. The government has the burden, so the government goes first. So basically, how we will operate this afternoon is that the parties, start with the government, are welcome to make an opening statement. Once the opening statements are made, the government will call its first witness. Once the government, Mr. Mixon will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness, and the board will have an opportunity to ask questions of the witness, and then the government and both the licensee will have an opportunity to ask questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked for the board. Once the government has presented its case, the licensee will present its case, and then the government will have an opportunity to cross-examine. The board will have an opportunity to ask questions, and then we will close out the hearing by having closing statements. I'll close the record, and then I'll ask if the parties wish to file proposed finding of facts and conclusion of law or waive those rights. Any questions prior to us starting?
No, Mr. Chair.
Hi, Mr. Sella, do you wish to make an opening statement, sir?
Yes.
Go ahead, sir.
May it please the board. On October 19th, 2025, an assault with a deadly, or I apologize, 2024, an assault with a deadly weapon occurred at the establishment, wherein a female patron was stabbed in the arm with a knife. This violent attack was preventable and occurred because Focus DC failed in its method of operation and violated its security plan. The evidence will show that Focus DC was understaffed as it relates to security guards and could not control the crowd. Additionally, Focus DC did not call or attempt to call MPD for support when the situation got out of their control. As you will hear, a fight broke out inside the establishment. Focus DC separated the combatants and escorted one group outside of the establishment. The evidence will show that Focus DC was unable to compel the combatants to leave the front of the establishment. And before they got a handle on the situation, the other group of combatants stormed out of the establishment, initiating a massive brawl in the street in front of the establishment. During this brawl, the patron was stabbed with the knife. You will hear that Focus DC failed to follow its security plan by not wanting or patting down female patrons, allowing for the knife to be in play in the first place. Focus DC failed to use licensed security companies or licensed security staff, as is required by its security plan. It failed to have its staff properly identified or to have them have proper communication equipment. These failures are what allowed for the fight to turn into a massive brawl and to allow for the stabbing to occur. At the end of this hearing, I shall be asking that you find Focus DC liable for the violation.
Thank you. Mr. Mixon, do you wish to make an opening statement at this time?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
Members of the board, the information that you will receive today will clearly show that on October 19, 2024, Focus DC security personnel acted in an attentive, commendable manner in response to unexpected disorderly patron conduct, and that the charges in this show cause action should not be sustained. The district has brought 3 charges, first of which is that the licensee allowed the establishment to be used for an unlawful or disorderly purpose in violation of DC Code 25823A2. The burden is on the district to show by substantial evidence that Focus allowed its establishment to be used for some unlawful disorderly purpose. But the record shows otherwise. The district cannot meet its burden because the record clearly shows that at no time did Focus Security's personnel allow disorderly conduct to take place. Instead, they acted quickly to diffuse a confrontation between 2 groups of patrons by ejecting one group immediately and attempting to keep the second group inside while the first dispersed from the area. Furthermore, the main fact in support of the district's case on this charge, that an alleged stabbing took place somewhere in the area, was not even within the premises of Focus. And I say an alleged stabbing because the record's bereft of any tangible connection between Focus and this act of violence. There's no evidence that the assailant was a Focus patron or the victim was a Focus patron, or even evidence that a knife ever entered the establishment. Without this kind of tangible evidence connecting Focus to this event, or measurable demonstration of failure to prevent something that happened outside of the establishment, there's no method of operation as is required for the statute. That a method of operation conducive to unlawful or disorderly conduct is required by the statute to sustain charge 1. With respect to charge 2, that licensee violated security plan in violation of 25-823-A6. This charge should not be sustained because, as the record and witness testimony will show, Focus performed the responsibilities imposed by its security plan. And contrary to what is alleged in the notice, Focus does in fact train its employees in resolving conflicts and responding to emergencies. Focus does notify MPD when violent emergencies happen, and it did so on the night of October 19. Focus hired a licensed security company, and Focus does use the required equipment, including two-way communication and metal detecting wands. Lastly, the third charge is that the licensee interfered with an ABCA investigation by providing false statements regarding the number of security personnel working on the night of the incident in violation of 25-823-A5. The district contends that because two of these Focus security personnel gave different answers to the question of how many security personnel were on duty on the night of October 18 to 19, that this means that they attempted to mislead the investigation. But there's no evidence to suggest that they had any intent to mislead, no reason to think that or reach that conclusion. Instead, as Mr. Mohammed Soliman, a manager from Focus who will testify today, as his testimony will show, the reality is that there was a simple miscommunication between two non-native English speakers and the ABCA investigators. And this the two Focus personnel understood the question that they were asked differently, and each gave truthful representations according to their understanding of that question. As such, there was no intent to mislead the investigation, and this charge should not be sustained.
All right. Does the government have a witness they wish to call?
Yes, the district calls Investigator Coates.
Ms. Coates, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Your witness, sir.
Thank you. Investigator, please state and spell your name for the record.
Sure. Lakita Coates, L-A-K-E-T-A-C-O-A-T-E-S.
And what is your occupation
I'm an investigator
for ABCA?
for ABCA, yes, sir.
And how long have you been an investigator?
Approximately 18 months.
And were you the investigator that were you the lead investigator in the incident that we discussed today?
Yes.
And did you report to the establishment to conduct your investigation?
Yes.
Did you draft a report as a result of that investigation?
Yes.
I would note for the record that the entire report, including its contained exhibits, is part of the record by operation of law.
So noted.
And as part of your investigative report, did you include surveillance footage of this incident?
Yes.
Now, we will start with the surveillance footage, but before we get to that, can you briefly tell the board what happened with this incident?
Certainly. On the night of October 19th, 2024, we were, ABCA was notified via Teams chat from Lieutenant Edwards of MPD that an incident had occurred at Focus DC located at 1348 H Street. It was said that an altercation had taken place with the stabbing. As a result, myself, another investigator, and the lead investigator went to Focus DC, met with the lieutenant on the outside. He told us that an altercation had occurred on the inside that spilled out to the outside with a patron being stabbed. The patron refused medical assistance on the scene, but went to a hospital, then later refused treatment. Then, after speaking with the lieutenant, myself, and the other two investigators went in the establishment and spoke with the ABC manager on duty, at which he showed us the footage of the incident that occurred in the fight inside spilling outside. And as a result, I requested the footage and reviewed the surveillance camera, the footage that was provided.
And what camera angles were you able to obtain?
Give me 2 seconds. When you say footage, you want the very specific cameras or the angles?
I'll ask the question a different way. Were you able to obtain camera angles both inside and outside of the establishment?
Correct.
And one camera angle for each?
Yes, one for the, I have footage for inside of the establishment as well as for the outside of the establishment.
Okay. And the district is not alleging that there was any violation specific to the breaking up of the initial fight on the inside, correct?
Correct.
All right. So I'm going to request permission to share my screen, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Oriana, please allow Mr. Sealer to do that.
Access granted.
Are you able to see my screen, Investigator Coates?
I am.
Okay. So because the allegations in this matter only deal with the second fight, I will start by showing the exterior footage. Is this the security camera footage that you obtained?
Yes.
For the record, I would note that I'm starting at timestamp 1:12 in the AM, which is the 5-minute mark of this video. Is that correct, Investigator Coates?
Correct.
And if you're able to see my mouse circling, is this where the combatants are about to be escorted out of the establishment?
Correct.
I'll hit play. Please watch with me as I play it on the screen. Can you please describe what is happening for the board?
So an altercation happened on the inside between two parties, and security is just escorted one out, and it appears they are removing. From this angle, you can see them exiting the patrons that was involved in the altercation. One group of the patrons that was exited or escorted out.
And what is the group of patrons that we're escorting out doing in response to being ejected?
They're not moving. They're not leaving. They're attempting to get back at the second group. So what you cannot see from this angle is the second group is on the inside trying to get out. So you got security pushing one side of the group in while they're trying to eject the other side out.
Now, before we move on, from this angle, can you identify the security through any markings on their shirts or hoodies?
No. Not yet.
And does it appear that security have any radios or flashlights to communicate with each other?
No.
I'm going to pause the video here at the 7-minute mark. I am going to purport that for the next 2 minutes approximately, the behavior of the crowd is much the same as what we just saw. Would you agree with that assertion?
Yes.
Right. And I will skip ahead because I'm conscious of the board's time on this day to the 8-minute and 55-second mark, which is timestamp 1:15:56 for the record. And I'm going to purport that this is when the second group of combatants will burst out of the establishment Will they come out of the same door, investigator?
Yes.
And again, I'm highlighting that area with my mouse for the board's convenience. Investigator Coates, can you please explain what happened on the video and what is still happening?
So the second group ultimately makes it out of the establishment and the fight begins. And then you can see focus staff, including the manager, come out and attempt to disperse the fight. From what I know, they're fighting at this corner, like at this flashlight. When I approached, or myself and the investigators came on the scene, MPD was kind of focused on what you cannot see, but maybe a little bit of this lamppost is right out of frame, but there was something going on right out of the frame on that section. But I guess security was able to get them that way, and focus staff starts going back towards.
And is the lamppost you're referring to the one that we can see the base of in the lower right-hand corner of the video?
Correct.
I'm stopping the video at the 10-minute and 15-second mark. Would you agree that at no point do the primary combatants come back onto frame before the end of this video?
No, I don't think so. I don't recall. I don't recall. I haven't watched the entire video.
All right, that's fine. And you identified one of the people we saw in frame as the manager, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I am now switching my screen to show Exhibit 1, the report in its entirety. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Okay. So before we get into the report, based on the video that we just watched, would you say a disorderly action occurred involving the establishment?
Yes.
And what would that disorderly action or actions have been?
So when the fight broke out inside of the establishment, yes, security was able to disperse and separate the group, but as they got outside, security or staff did not have the patrons move on. They allowed them to stay and congregate and argue back and forth with the second group that was still inside, and they were going back and forth having, I guess, a hostile exchange.
Okay. Was the fight that we witnessed a disorderly action?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll get into the reasons why, but is it your
I'm sorry.
intention that the method of operation of the establishment contributed to that action, the fight?
Can you say it one more time, please?
We'll get into the reasons why, but is it your contention that the manner in which the establishment was operating that night contributed to the fight we watched on video just now?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that the stabbing which MPD was investigating was a result of that fight that we just witnessed?
Yes.
Okay. So you said that earlier that MPD reached out to you via Teams. What did you do at that point?
Once we received the once we received the message via Teams that the fight occurred, myself, another investigator, went to the establishment to conduct the investigation.
Okay. And who did you speak to at the establishment?
In at the establishment or before the establishment? I'm sorry.
Let's start with before.
So before the establishment, I spoke with Lieutenant on the scene. And then once inside of the establishment, I spoke to Mr. Salamander.
Right.
Salame.
And did MPD inform you that the stabbing was a result of this fight that we witnessed?
Yes.
And what was that based on?
Based off of the call that they received.
And was that based off of statements by the victim?
Yes.
And is the victim in this report referred to as sub 1?
Yes.
Upon entering the establishment, who did you speak to?
The manager, Mr. Solomon.
All right. And what did Mr. Suleiman tell you about the establishment's operations that night?
I asked him how many, I'm sorry to start over. I asked him what happened at the establishment, what was going on. He told me it was a regular club a regular club night. They weren't having any cover charge. It was just a disc jockey playing. And then afterwards, he said that the fight broke out between two groups. They quickly escorted them off. I asked him how many security officers did he have on site. He said there were 7 security officers. 6 were stationed, 6 were in station locations. 1 person was roaming, and then he jokingly said he made the 8th officer or 8th security person.
Okay. Let's stake on that statement that there were 8 security officers on the shift. Was that contradicted at any point by any other members of Focus TC?
Yes.
How and when was that contradicted?
So, like I said, when I arrived to the scene, I didn't arrive by myself. I had a second and third investigator with me. The second investigator was Investigator Nelson. She took, while myself and lead investigator Dansler were speaking with management and reviewing the surveillance footage, she was actually speaking to the security officer that was on site at the time. And he also said he was the one that made the phone call once someone returned back to the club and told him that somebody had gotten stabbed.
And what did Mr. Garcia say about the security on him?
He said that there were 3 officers working.
What did Mr. Garcia say about the security measures that were being undertaken?
He said that they were not using two-way radios, they were using flashlights.
What about checking patrons as they entered?
That they weren't using a wand, they were manually patting the patrons down. And that were the males, not the females, because they didn't have any females on staff that night.
And did any of those statements contradict the statements that Mr. Suleiman made?
Yeah, yes, because management told me that they had 8 folks, 8 security officers working on shift, as opposed to the 3 that Security Officer Garcia said.
Based on your investigation, how many security officers did you conclude were working that night?
I was unable to come up with a number based upon their security plan. It says that their security officers should be identified by the word staff or security on their shirts or on their person. And I did not see anybody in the footage with security or staff written on the back of their shirts or on their person. So I'm not definitively able to tell you how many security officers worked, or based upon that, I would say 0 because I didn't see anybody with staff or security written on their shirts.
Okay. And then were you able to conclude whether or not security officers were using two-way radios?
I did not see, yes, I was able to conclude that they were not using two-way radios.
Okay. So Mr. Suleiman had told you that they were, but Mr. Garcia told you that they were not, and you concluded that they were not, correct?
Correct. It was not supported by the video footage.
Um, So let's discuss the security plan, which you discussed in your report, starting on page 4, and I'm scrolling down to page 4.
Yes.
What violations of the security plan were you able to identify?
The first one that was section 3. I'm sorry, I have my notes in front of me. From section 3, that all patrons of all genders should be subject to searches by metal detectors, wands, or physical examinations of bags and purses and pat downs. While reviewing the footage, I did not see wands being used, only manual pat downs of the patrons. I did not see any female security officers patting down any of the female any of the female patrons.
And that's consistent with what Mr. Garcia told you, correct?
Correct.
What about section 4? You have that listed in your report.
Correct. So section 4 says Focus will hire personnel through the District Columbia licensed security company. So a review of DLCP website. So I searched for Mr. Garcia's name under a security officer. I did not see him licensed. I didn't see Focus DC licensed as a entity. And I also did a search because Mr. Ali stated that they use somebody called Dignity Security Service. And I also did a search using the same site, and I did not find the name of the security company nor Mr. James Wiggins, the owner of the security company, based upon DC's licensing system.
Did that lead you to conclude that the security company Focus DC used is not licensed in the district?
Correct.
And would that be a violation of the security plan?
Yes, sir.
We already discussed that you did not see staff or security visible on any of the individuals in the frame. Is that a violation of the security plan?
It is.
And then there is also a violation you cited concerning the locations in which security will be stationed. Can you please explain that violation?
If you give me a second to find it.
And I'm referring you to page 5 of your report.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so I was unable to determine how many officers were on duty on the night of the incident because they were not clearly identified.
And what about two-way communication?
And then also in section 4 of their security plan, it states that they should be equipped with portable two-way communication systems and flashlights to maintain consistent awareness of incidents. I did not see anybody using two-way radios nor flashlights in the video, or it wasn't supported by video.
Okay, I will stop sharing my screen now. Investigator Coates, had Focus DC wanded or patted down female patrons, might that have prevented a knife from entering and exiting the establishment?
Potentially.
Had Focus DC employed the full 8 security officers that Mr. Suleiman indicated were working that night, might that have prevented the violence we witnessed?
Yes.
Had Focus DC security contacted MPD when they realized they did not have enough staff to control the situation, might that have prevented the violence we witnessed?
Yes.
And to be clear, did Focus DC at some point contact MPD?
Yes. Or I'm sorry. I'm not sure if Focus DC contacted MPD because the caller, according to MPD, when they got the caller didn't leave any information. When they tried to call back to get information from the caller, those calls went unanswered. However, Mr. Solomon did tell me that they did call MPD, that was in fact his person, Mr. Garcia, who did call MPD.
And did that call occur before or after the stabbing?
It occurred after the stabbing.
Had Focus DC been using a licensed security company, could that have prevented the violence we saw?
Potentially, yes.
And had security been able to communicate with each other more rapidly using two-way radios, could that have prevented the violence we saw?
Yes.
Court's indulgence. Did Mr. Garcia provide any information as to how security officers were trained?
He did. He made a statement. If you give me a second, I'll find it in the report. Mr. Garcia stated that all of the security officers were hired by the establishment without receiving any formal training.
I'm sharing my screen again. I'm showing you Focus DC's security plan, which is part of your investigative report. Looking at paragraph 1 of that security plan, what type of training are Focus DC personnel required to receive?
They are supposed to receive training in crowd control, conflict resolution, emergency response services, identifying and handling intoxicated patrons, de-escalation of threats and violence, and maintain order, emergency protocols, first aid/CPR, and on reporting incidents of violence or injury to manager, security supervisor, or other appropriate authority.
All right, and that's supposed to happen within 14 days of hire, correct?
Correct.
Based on Mr. Garcia's statement, were Focus DC staff trained in that regard?
No.
Had they received proper training, might that have prevented the violence we witnessed?
Absolutely.
I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Mixon.
Miss Investigator Coates, if the board will permit, I'd like to also present Government Exhibit 1, specifically the section related to the security plan.
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Mixon to share his screen?
Access granted.
Can everyone see the text of the security plan?
You need to highlight it some more, sir. It's faint.
Yes. Ms. Coates, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And can you tell me what it is?
It is Focus's security plan.
Thank you. Could you please read the section, the text, the first sentence, following the words "procedure for handling emergencies"?
Can you do me a favor and zoom that in just a little bit because I can't see it?
Of course. Does that help?
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Or it doesn't have all of it. Let's see if I have it in front of me.
Well, I need to make sure, ma'am, you're reading the document on the screen, so I can't have you read something.
Oh,
Miss Coates,
okay.
so he needs to blow the screen up so we're all looking at the same document.
Okay.
Yes, I can expand it. Is that more visible?
Yes.
Okay, yes, if to repeat the question, if you could please read the one sentence immediately after procedure for handling emergencies.
Whenever a violent incident involving injury occurs, MPD will be notified immediately and an incident report will be prepared.
Thank you. I will stop sharing at this time. Ms. Coates, in your testimony, there's a suggestion that there was something amiss with Focus not calling MPD until after the stabbing occurred. Is that a fair assessment?
No, somebody called MPD and they're not clear on who exactly called MPD. While MPD said they weren't sure who called, Focus did say they called, but it was not clear as to who actually made the phone call.
Okay, I understand. It's not yet introduced. That we can revisit that later. But from your expert perspective, as an experienced investigator, a reported stabbing would be inappropriate injury with which time to call MPD, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. In either your observations or communication with the responding lieutenant, was there any point at which the identity of the victim of this stabbing was made known?
No.
Was there any point at which the deadly weapon that was allegedly used on them, was that ever identified as being within focus?
They didn't say.
Was the assailant who wielded the deadly weapon, were they ever identified as being within focus?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Well, not to me anyway. They didn't identify it to me.
Yes. Is there anything conclusively? What connection do you believe exists between the stabbing and the establishment?
So from what I saw in the video and from what we saw on scene, I can't definitively say that the stabbing came from there, but what I can say is that the female patrons were not being searched. And what I can say is that a massive brawl spilled outside from that. And from MPD, the stabbing occurred somewhere near where that light camera, that lamppost was at. So that was mainly the focus of their scene, which is right where the brawl happened, spilling outside of focus.
Can we see that on the security footage on record?
Can we see what on
you said in your last statement that that it's reported that the stabbing happened behind that light post, but to my understanding, the light post is the edge of the visible security footage. Can you see that a stabbing happened on the security footage?
You can't tell. No, you can't tell whether the stabbing happened or if it was fist fighting. You can't. I can't determine whether or not it was a stabbing that happened there, or if they were using their hands.
Okay, thank you. As an investigator, would you say that Focus responded appropriately by ejecting one group of combatants from inside the establishment?
No.
No further questions at this time.
Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Hi, Investigator Coates. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
The video I saw, what was the time distance between the two groups? The first group came out and then the second group came out?
It was a few minutes. I'm not exactly sure how many minutes, but it wasn't a long period between.
Less than 5 minutes?
Less than 5 minutes, yes, sir.
Okay. And so the report mentions a knife, but the MPD never recovered a knife,
Not to my knowledge.
and so we're not really even sure it was a knife. It could have been any object with a pointy end, correct?
Um, of course, but according to MPD, they said a knife. So that's why I use knife, because that was the language that MPD used.
Okay, and then it mentioned that the alleged victim was taken to the hospital. Are there any records to show that they went to the hospital, or is that just what the MPD said?
According to MPD, they self-transported, and then once they got to the hospital, they declined treatment and left.
Okay, and to me, that it could be a serious issue. I mean, obviously, someone could have been stabbed to death, and it really would not be good for anyone. But what's more important to me is the security protocol of Focus. I see the video was very clear on the outside of the establishment. Are there, and the report says that Focus did share videos of the interior. Do you have any video of the interior of when they entered the establishment, of the security that they went through when they entered?
I do not have, I did not get the footage of them entering in the club. I
Hmm.
do have footage of the altercation that occurred on the inside.
Okay, but is it that it wasn't shared, or there's not a camera on the inside of the door?
No, there's cameras. They shared all the footage that we requested. There was no issue obtaining any video footage from the licensee.
Gotcha, gotcha. Because I'm just curious on what protocols were taking place when
So they
patrons entered. Yeah.
So yes, I do have video footage of inside and outside. I don't very specifically, or I did not very specifically see the group
Mhm.
enter into the establishment. However, I did see um angles of when patrons were coming in and out of the establishment. And I could see that yes, they were checking, doing physical pat downs of the male patrons.
Right.
I did not see a female security officer or any officer doing any pat downs of the female patrons. However, I did see them looking inside of bags or purses if the females were carrying them.
Well,
Um,
at no point did you see them wand any patron with a
correct,
wand.
correct.
Okay. Yeah, and all right, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions by the board members? All right, Mr. Mixon, any question of the witness based on the questions asked by the board?
Just two, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
Investigator Coates, what hospital did the victim transport herself to?
I'm sorry, say that again.
What hospital did the victim transport herself to?
MPD did not relay that.
Okay, so we don't know.
I do not know.
Do we know that the either the victim or the assailant or any member of the groups captured on video in the altercation, do we know that they were not wanted or otherwise searched?
Based upon the video that I watched, no females were wanded or pat down.
And those videos begin after the various combatants were already inside the establishment, correct?
I'm not sure what time they arrived.
Well, the beginning of the security footage that we have on file, on record, they're all already inside, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Cecilio?
Yes, briefly. Investigator Coates, on that last point about whether or not those particular patrons were wanded, you said that according to Mr. Garcia, nobody was wanded because they weren't using wands that night, correct?
Correct. And even, I'm sorry, continue.
And no female patrons were patted down that night. Is that
Correct.
correct?
Correct. Or wanded.
So therefore, you can conclude that those patrons were neither wanted nor patted down. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And I also want to get into the conversation that you had with Chairperson Meadows and with Attorney Mixon earlier. There's been a lot of focus on the stabbing. Taking the stabbing out of the question, let's assume, for the sake of argument, that the stabbing never occurred or it was unrelated. The fight alone that we witnessed, is that brawl a disorderly or illegal act?
Yes, it's a disorderly act.
And is that brawl the thing that we are focused on?
Yes.
And you've asserted that the stabbing was part of the overall brawl, but even without that, would that be a disorderly or illegal act under the code?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Mr. Mixon asked you if you agreed that Focus had behaved appropriately. You said no. What should the establishment have done differently to prevent this exact incident?
There are a few things that I feel that Focus could have done differently. One, had more security visible, or in the establishment to be able to successfully separate the groups. Once one group was ejected outside, the staff that was outside did not escort them off the premises. And also, if they were gonna allow the second group out, two-way radios could have been commuted to the inside security to say, hey, this group has not moved along. And perhaps had the second group exit out of a different location as opposed to coming out the front door. Or even once it got to the point where they couldn't handle the brawl, MPD should have been notified or could have been contacted to help assist with the disperse of the two groups.
And on that point, can we conclude, based on the fact that whatever amount of security was there was not enough to keep the second group inside while the first group was being escorted away, can we conclude that there was not enough security to contain that situation?
Yes, I would conclude that.
And is it your testimony that once that became obvious, that's when MPD should have been called in to assist?
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Coates, thank you very much for your testimony today. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Does the government have another witness?
No, government rests.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mixon, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Who's your witness, sir?
At this time, I'll call Mr. Soliman.
Mr. Soliman, can you come on camera, sir?
I'm here.
Do you have a camera you can turn on, sir?
Yeah, 1 second, please. Yeah, you hear me now?
I can't see you, sir. Okay. All right. Okay, raise your right hand, sir.
Yeah.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth.
I swear I tell the truth.
Have him spell his name for the record, please, sir.
Mohammed Suleiman.
Spell your name for the record, please, sir.
Mohamad. Suleiman, Suleymman.
Your witness, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Soliman, can you please tell us what your role is at Focus?
I'm the manager.
Manager, okay. Can you just give us a quick description? What are some of the duties involved in being a manager?
I can hear you again.
I'm sorry. Can you just give us a quick description? What are you responsible for as manager?
Responsible to make sure the venue is good, safety, make sure everything is organized in the buildings, and all the employees come in on time, and open the venue and close the venue.
Okay, so you have your hand in a little bit of everything.
Yes,
Does any part of that, is that responsibility for security operations?
I'm responsibility for vision of the security safety in the building too.
Correct. Okay, thank you. About how many years of experience do you have in the industry, as management, security, or otherwise?
I have almost 5 years in my other job too, but the focus I've been like for 3 years.
Okay, it's approximately 8 years.
Yeah.
Okay, so a bit. In terms of providing security staff personnel to protect the establishment, does Focus hires a third-party company? Is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell us the name of that company?
The name of the company, Wigan.
Is Wiggins is the owner of this company, correct?
I can see what you say.
Wiggins, Mr. Wiggins is the owner.
Mr. Wiggins, yes.
Yeah. And is that company called Serious Dignitary Security Services?
Yes.
Thank you. Does Sirius or Focus at any point when after training or after hiring of security personnel, do they receive training?
Yes.
And would you say that training includes procedures related to resolving conflict resolution?
Yes.
Does that include procedures for handling emergencies?
Yes.
Does that include procedures for contacting MPD when there is an emergency?
Yes.
Objection.
What's the nature of your objection?
Speculation and or assumes facts not in evidence. At this stage, as I understand the testimony, Mr. Suleiman is testifying to what a third party does to train their staff. I've heard nothing in the record that indicates that this occurs with Focus's knowledge at Focus, if the staff is Focus specific, or if they rotate through. And I would like a much stronger foundation laid before he's able to testify to the type of training that they receive.
Mr. Chair, Focus contracts with Serious Dignitary to employ trained security personnel. I think it would be a basic terms of their agreement that these people receive training before they operate at the establishment, when that's a legal requirement of the establishment personnel.
All right, I'm gonna overrule the objection, so you can answer the question if you can.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. When you before patrons enter the establishment, do you search them to kind of prevent the entrance of weapons?
Yes.
Do you does that searching involve wanding and or patting down patrons?
Yes.
Does that involve searching bags?
Yes.
Objection leading.
All right, Mr.
Direct examination.
It's all right. It's direct. In direct, you can't have. There should not be a yes or no. You should, so
Okay.
I'm going to sustain the objection, and although we're not. All right. Okay. Go ahead. I sustain the objection. To rephrase the question.
Yes. Do you search bags when patrons enter?
Yes, we search it.
When you see a kind of a violent conflict, when you see patrons starting to act in an unruly manner or physically engaging one another, how would you respond to that?
Basically, we don't let them in.
That if they're outside the establishment, right?
If they're outside the establishment, yes.
Yes. If you see them starting to engage with each other in an unruly manner inside the establishment, how do you respond to that?
We escort the security and to separate between them, and we take one group in, one group out. Instead.
Let's turn to the night we've been discussing today, October 19. Were you present for that night?
Yes.
And did you observe a group of patrons start to get into an altercation inside the establishment?
Yes.
And how did you and your staff respond?
So it was the first floors. There is two groups. One group was standing on the bar, and the second group standing next to the like sitting on the table, but standing and dancing. So between the two groups, I think when they start to dance, somebody touch each other and they start to arguments. And right away they start like they want to fight, and then the security right away they escort them. They start to get involved, and we take the group out. One group out, and one group we leave them inside.
Okay. Once that first group, we'll call them the ones that you took outside. We'll call them the first group for simplicity's sake.
Yeah.
Once that first group were successfully moved from outside the outside the establishment, did you or your staff instruct or command them to leave the surrounding area?
Yes, we command them to leave the establishments with the two security was outside. I think the third ones, but they can't like we told them like to leave, but they keep arguments and they don't want to leave. But after like few minutes, I think they leave by themselves.
Did you? Is that the procedure that you would recommend for staff to do? Is to tell people to leave after they've been in an altercation?
Yes, we tell them to leave, and the security has called them to leave. And in this situation, the security called up. They have the authority to call the police right away when there is a fight.
Okay. We'll call the second group the group that remained inside immediately after the altercation. Did your staff attempt to prevent them from going outside and continuing the fight?
Yes, we hold them. We stand. I put two security to standing by the doors. Don't let them outside, but they start to arguments and push the security and tell them this is kidnapping. And there is other customer willing to go out. When the other customers they not belong to the fight, they want to leave. When they leave, and then the other group they sneak behind the security and run outside after 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
So what was the reason you wanted to prevent them from going outside immediately?
Because we're training that in case there is a fight between two groups, we don't let the other group go outside till the other group leave the building.
Right. You don't want further fighting. Is that correct?
I was just guessing, yes.
Yeah. Okay. About how long would you say the second group remained inside focus?
I can hear you, sorry.
For approximately how long, it could be a rough estimate, but how long would you say that the second group stayed inside the building before they got out?
10 minutes to 15 minutes inside.
Do you think it was a little shorter than that?
I can hear you.
I'll move on. When the second group did get outside, was that because they were let outside?
One second, I don't have the connection. 1 second, it's fall down.
No problem. Take your time.
Can you repeat the question, please, again?
Yes.
Sorry.
When the second group eventually made it outside and with the intent of re-engaging the first group, were they let outside by Focus's staff?
No.
Were they trying to sneak around or force their way out?
Yeah, they tried to sneak. When they was inside, they tried to sneak out, yes.
Understood. But did your team put an attempt to maintain distance between the two groups?
Yes, between distance, yes. One group was inside, one group was outside.
In your experience as a manager, is that a good conflict management response?
Yes.
When the second group did eventually make its way outside, and they resumed brawling with the first group, did your team get involved?
Can you repeat?
Yes, of course. When the two groups eventually re-engaged fighting outside, did your team respond to that?
Yes.
Did they try to separate the combatants?
Yes.
And then where did the fight extend beyond kind of the entrance to Focus?
No.
It was. You're saying it was within the.
I don't know.
You
What's
don't know.
behind? Like the other businesses next to us.
Okay. Okay. Does your team? Would you instruct your team to police the space around other businesses?
Yeah.
Is there an answer? I don't know what the, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the answer that was given.
If I can ask a hypothetical to get to the same point, if you saw something happening a block away, would you tell your team to go get involved?
Objection, relevance.
It speaks to the conflict resolution approaches I'm trying to identify here.
I'm gonna overrule the objection because of, I think he was trying to make a clarification, but I'll just give you a little wiggle room, so you can answer the question. Yeah.
Mr. Solomon, if you saw something, kind of an altercation happening in the distance, like say across the block, would you instruct your team to go try to break up that altercation?
Yes.
Like further down, like away from Focus.
Yeah. Away from Focus, minimum. No. Away from Focus, no.
Understood. And so that did the fight eventually go away from Focus?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see any stabbing take place on October 19?
No.
Did you was a knife ever identified at Focus?
No.
Do you know if anybody involved in the stabbing was at Focus?
No.
Okay. Do the security personnel Focus employees receive training, any instruction on how to respond to ABCA investigators?
Yes.
And what does that training involve?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry. I have a not good connection.
No, I understand. What are they told about responding to, speaking to investigators?
Split and call the police.
And then when they are talking to the police or an investigator, are they told to tell the truth?
Yeah. Work with them and we give them everything they need in this time, in this moment, this night.
Yeah, that's appropriate. Did you speak to any investigators on October 19?
If I see investigations, they come in, yes.
Yeah, specifically on that night, October 19, the one we're talking about. Did you speak to any investigators?
Yeah, they come in.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you tell them to the best of your understanding, an accurate account of what took place that night?
What they question, I answered them.
Yeah. Were you asked about the number of security personnel working that night?
Yes. They asked me how many. They asked me how many security they work in the building. I say 8 security all day.
All day. Okay.
Yeah.
And that means from my understanding, does that mean not specifically at the moment of this altercation, not at like 1 a.m., but more broadly?
Basically we hired 8 security for because we have a branch, so we hire for the second floor. When we close the second floor afternoon, so I will release some of the security slowly, but I will leave for the nighttime. I leave 4 security.
Okay, so some people leave throughout the day.
Yeah, over the day, and then I will keep from the night shift for security.
Okay.
the venue.
I'm going to
The first floor.
present the focus security plan.
No. Are you trying to ask him questions about it, or you're trying to move an evidence? Which one is it?
Well, it's already in evidence. I'm trying
Right.
to ask him a question about a procedure.
Okay.
Okay.
The witness still there? He's off camera.
Yes.
Sorry, court's indulgence for just one moment. Mr. Soleiman, do you see where my cursor is pointing? Section 4, the second paragraph. Do you see that?
1 second. Where?
Second paragraph of section 4. It starts with the words from 9 p.m.
Yeah, 9 p.m. to 5 a.m.
Okay. Yeah. Could you just read that paragraph for us, please?
Residentials shows until minimums numbers of the security personnel basic on the number of the floor that are operations when just one floor in operations, at least 2 security reasonable will be on premises when 2 floors are in operate. At the last 3 security personnel will be on premises when all the 3 floors are operations. At last 5 security personnel will be on the premises. Additionals focus use the remarkable details officers program on weekends, holidays from 11 p.m. until 1 hour after closing.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Soleiman. That's all for security plan for now. So the number of, based on that procedure, its focus is it correct that its focus is policy to have a more or less security based on how many floors are open?
I can hear you, sorry.
Sorry to repeat.
I have a bad connection here. Sometimes it's even the camera doesn't work. Can you repeat again?
I'll try to speak a little slower. Does focus base the number of security personnel are working based on how many floors are open?
Yes.
Well, how many floors were open at the time of the
1 floor.
19 incident? One floor. Okay.
No,
So was the minimum number of required personnel 2?
3.
3. Yeah. So, you heard investigator Coates' testimony earlier, right?
Yes.
Yes. And so it's her testimony that Mr. Jorge Garcia told her that there were 3 security personnel working at the time.
Yes.
Is that correct? You heard that? Yes. And you also spoke to Ms. Coates, correct?
Yes.
Established. So it sounds like you gave different numbers. Yes.
I give different numbers because I thought what she asked me is how many security you have in the building. She asked me. I say 8 people all day. She didn't ask me how many security you have in the night, like now.
Okay.
If she will ask me, I will tell her. It's the same when I ask me about Jorge, 3 security.
So is your belief that you were answering truthfully to the question you were asked?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Soleiman, is English your first language?
No, 3rd language.
3rd language. Do you ever experience kind of people
Yes.
misunderstanding what you're saying?
Like, don't understand what I say? Yes, sometimes.
Okay. No, that's understandable. Do you think that may have happened in your communications with investigator Coates?
Yes, maybe.
Thank you. No further questions of witness at this time, Mr. Chair.
I did not realize I was on mute. I apologize. Go ahead, Mr. Seaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Suleiman,
Yes.
starting with the security company, there was some discussion over the contract you had with the security company. Did you negotiate that contract?
The owner.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
It's the owner. Make the deal. You hear me?
I could not understand your answer now.
Yeah, you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. It's the owner.
I apologize. I'm not understanding your answer.
Yeah, can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. Did you negotiate the terms of the contract with your security company?
The owner make the deal.
Oh, the owner made the deal?
Yes.
All right. Did you review those terms?
We talk, yes.
All right. Have you read the contract?
I didn't read the contract.
Okay. Are you present when the training occurs?
Once in a while, yes.
Do you have any documentation? Do you know if the security company is licensed with the district?
I don't know, but I think they are.
Okay. But you've never seen documentation showing that, correct?
No.
Okay. You talked about how you commanded the group to leave the establishment, or sorry, your security officers commanded the group to leave the establishment and they refused to leave, correct?
One group is we escalate outside and one group stay inside.
Right, and the group outside refused to leave, correct?
Yes, kind of.
Would you agree that when a group is refusing to leave, that is the appropriate time to contact MPD for their assistance?
They say no, but they leave later. But anyway, we contact the police. We call the police.
You called the police after the fight occurred, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that if you have belligerent patrons who are refusing to leave, that the appropriate solution is to contact MPD at that time before it becomes a fight?
They were fighting with us was, so we don't want to escalate standing on like, you know, like we don't want to, they fight with the security too. So we was too far explain to them that they leave. There is no public area.
Okay, and when they refuse to follow your instructions to leave, do you agree that it would have been appropriate to contact MPD at that time for their assistance?
Not really unless there is a fight.
Okay. If you have a belligerent patron that's refusing to leave and you don't contact MPD, how do you resolve that situation without a fight breaking out?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry again.
All right. When you're in a situation like this one and you have a group of belligerent patrons who are refusing to follow your instructions, they're refusing to leave, how do you solve that situation without a fight if you don't get MPD involved?
We calm, the security calm, and we just wait till they leave.
And in this case, you had, you said 4 security guards working at the time?
Yes.
And you would agree that was not enough to prevent the fight that occurred, correct?
I don't know. I was have for security. What's the requirement?
All right. You would agree that the fight did occur, correct?
Can you repeat?
You would agree the fight did occur, correct?
Down the street.
The fight spilled out of your establishment, did it not?
It was down the street. It's not in my establishment because they left from our establishment and they come back after. I think so. And then we called the cops. And they was in the public area.
Okay. So you're saying that the fight did not start from your establishment?
No, it started from argument inside my establishment and we stop it right away and we escort the people out one group and one group we put it inside before it happened the fight inside.
And your security tried to keep the 2 groups separated, right?
Yes.
and they failed, right?
We don't fail because one group was inside and the other group was outside. And the other group, when they was inside, I have other group, they want to leave, which is in the buildings, but we wait like 10, 15 minutes. And then when they leave, so the other group sneak from behind the security and go out. And we keep going argument with them. And they say kidnapping, kidnapping. That's calling kidnapping, kidnapping. So we don't want, we was far away from that.
Okay, and therefore your security failed to prevent the two groups from clashing again, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you utilizing the RDO program that night?
Yes.
And there was no.
We didn't have the radio.
Okay. Your security was not wanding down patrons that night, were they?
I can hear you again.
Your security was not wanding down patrons that night, were you?
We were, like we was searching everybody coming in the building.
You were wanding down all patrons?
Early on, yes.
Early on. At the time of this fight, were you wanding down all patrons?
I don't know.
All right. Were you patting down female patrons?
I don't know, but we check the bags, we do with the one time, we check all the girls when they coming in. But we don't touch. But we check the luggage, we make sure everything's not in before they go inside, and we do the wine, but with no touch.
Right. Can you explain to me why the video that we saw earlier showed patrons walking in without being wanded?
I don't know why they don't widen.
Could it be that
I didn't see.
Could it be that, as Mr. Garcia said, you weren't using wands that night?
We use him, maybe he doesn't use it, but we use it.
And security wasn't communicating over two-way radios, were they?
We have radio.
Do you know why Mr. Garcia said that you did not have radios?
I don't know.
Do you think Mr. Garcia was lying?
I don't know.
Do you know why Mr. Garcia said that neither he nor any other security staff he was aware of received training?
I don't know.
Okay. No further questions at this time.
I guess, Mr. Solomon, what were the security arrangements the club utilized on October 19th, 2024? What occurred when the patrons showed up on that day? Walk me through what happened on October 19th, 2024.
So there was two group. One group standing on the bar. We have a long bar.
No, sir. I'm asking a different question, sir. I'm asking you about when they got to the establishment. All right, let me see what time this event occurred. Hold on. Say,
yes.
All right. Do you know what were the procedures utilized by security that night for individuals to come inside the establishment?
When the customer is coming to the front of the door, we check his ID first. We make sure that he's over the age, 21. And after that, we search him. We make sure he don't have any illegal like guns or any this kind of things like is not allowed for the venue, dangerous. And when we search them, we let them in.
But is that the procedure that was followed on October 19th? The night of
That's what
October
we're supposed to
19th.
do, but that night I was not outside.
So you don't know what happened on that night?
No.
All right. So a fight or an altercation occurred between two groups inside the establishment. Is that correct?
Yes.
And one group was put outside. Is that correct?
Yes.
So what was going on with the other group that was still inside the establishment?
They try to come out, but security push them no, no, no all the time, and they get more angry, and they say you can hold us. It's calling kidnapping all the time. But we still we try to prevent it and let them don't go out till the other group outside going.
So how many exits are, well, how many entrances or exits exits at this establishment?
One.
Just one?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions. Any other questions by any board members? Mr. Silla, any questions? Listen to questions that was asked.
Nothing further, Matt.
Mr. Mixon?
Just a brief redirect, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Solomon, in addition to any training that Sirius may perform for the security personnel they provide, is there ever other training provided on similar topics at Focus itself?
Yes, me.
And you're experienced and able to instruct people on how to respond to situations?
Yes.
No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Mr. Solomon, thank you very much for your testimony today. You're free to go.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Mixon, do you have another witness?
Yes, he has not been elevated yet. His name is Jorge Garcia.
Mr. Garcia, do we have Mr. Garcia in the chat in the room?
I'm where he's logged on.
Maybe a call-in user?
I will check. Yes, he is a call-in user.
Do we know if that's his number? Well, why don't you elevate the call-in user? Let's see if that's Mr. Garcia.
That is his phone number, yes.
All right, so okay, let me know when he's online.
Mr. Garcia?
He hasn't shown up in my screen, so.
I'm seeing him. He just needs to unmute.
I don't see a call. Okay. Can he be? I guess he needs to unmute himself. Is he able
sending
to
a request to unmute.
Thank you.
I believe he is now.
Mr. Garcia? I still see Mr. Garcia.
Yes, I am here.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Tell me when you've raised your right hand, sir.
All right.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Hello?
Mr. Garcia,
Yes, I am here.
can you raise your right hand, sir? Let me know when you raise your right hand.
Right now.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sure.
You said yes, sir?
Yeah, yes, sir.
All right, you're a witness, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Garcia, what is your role at Focus?
Have him spell its name for the record, please, sir.
Apologies. Jorge, could you please spell your name, please?
My name is Jorge Garcia, and I'm gonna be one of the securities of Focus.
And could you spell your name, just the letters, please?
Jorge.
Last name too.
Garcia. Is Jarcia.
Thank you. Okay, sorry to repeat my earlier question. Should have had you spell first. What is your role at Focus?
I'm gonna be one of the securities.
Security. Okay. How long have you been doing that?
At Focus for a year.
At Focus, but other places for longer?
Yeah, like I'm gonna have like 8 years.
Okay. 8 years. Have you received training from either Sirius, Mr. Wiggins' company, or from Focus on how to de-escalate conflicts?
Yeah, I'm gonna get from Focus.
You've received training on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my training from Focus.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Focus, I say the training I get it on Focus, but one of the head securities we have.
Okay.
Okay. If you could please, if you could just like speak a little closer into the microphone, it just kind of sounds a little distant. I want to make sure everyone hears. So you've been trained. Okay. Were you present on October 19th?
Yes.
Okay. Did you respond to did you see any kind of incident take place?
I might just see the fire, but I don't see anything else.
Right. Did you participate in de-escalating this fight?
Like what do you mean?
Did you try to stop the fight?
Outside, outside. Yes, I'm gonna be inside. Sorry.
You're inside.
Yeah.
Okay. And you attempted to pull people away, keep them from fighting one another. Yes.
Yeah, the way we do all the time when we see like argument or something like that, we try to break both parts, and we take one of the groups we take out, and we leave one inside.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'm going to show just a little bit of 2 quick clips of footage from the record. These are from the interior video. I don't believe we've looked at any of that yet.
No, I have not.
Just give me the moment to share. Okay. So what we're about to see, and I'm gonna ask you what you see here, but this is for context, just prior to the altercation or it starting. So, Mr. Garcia, what did you see the Focus staff do in that clip?
Can you repeat? Sorry.
What did you see your colleagues at Focus do in the footage I just showed?
I don't understand where it chance ask me.
Oh, forgive me. I just realized you're on the phone. You can't see. No, I'll revisit this later. But okay, you're present. Did you speak to any investigators on the night of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. Did you provide them accurate, truthful answers about what you witnessed and did?
Yeah.
Okay.
But like, yeah.
Were you asked about the number of security that were working that night?
Sorry, can you repeat for me?
Were you asked about the number of security that were working?
We had for a whole day we had 8 securities.
For the day.
But you know, in the nighttime.
When you spoke with, we heard earlier, actually, I'm not sure if you were here for this, since you joined a little late, but we spoke earlier to an investigator Coates. Did you speak with investigator Coates that night?
Yeah.
And what did you tell her when she asked about the number of security working?
I'm gonna tell her we had 8. I'm gonna be like a little bit nervous when how much food we have because there's a lot of things was coming up. So I'm trying to tell her like we had 8 securities. So for the nighttime we had at least 4 securities because we opened just one floor.
Okay, but at some
So
point you did
after,
tell
like,
her, you told her 3 or 4. You told her a number less than 8, right?
But yeah, I said like 3 or 4 for the nighttime, just for the nighttime. And she asked me when you open the other floors, how many security you have? I said like 8 or 10.
Were you trying to give her an answer related to the number of security at that time?
Yeah, like the numbers I gave it to him just to carry at the time.
Right. Okay. Okay. How many floors were open at the time?
1 floor.
1 floor. Okay. Is it normal to have that many security when there's only 1 floor open?
When 1 floor open? Excuse me. You say that's the security we have when we open just 1 floor?
Yes. Yeah. Is it normal to have 3 to 4 security staff when there's only 1 floor open?
At least we always have 4 securities when we open 1 floor.
1 floor. Okay. All right. Mr. Garcia, is English your first language?
Spanish.
Spanish. Okay. Speak some English, but when you do communicate in English, is it possible that sometimes people don't quite understand your intended meaning?
Yeah.
Do you ever misunderstand the things people are saying to you? Maybe questions?
Yeah, when they ask me too many questions, like, and neither is like too many things, what's going on, I'm gonna be like little confused with the questions or something like that.
Sure,
But
sure.
I'm trying to.
Were you asked a lot of questions by the investigators?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Did you mean to tell them that Focus Security are not trained?
I'm gonna tell her, like, on that time, like, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna be like nervous. So she asked me, I get the try. I say, not yet. So I'm trying to get like next week. And she said, oh, but you don't have now. I say, no. And you say, the other security, I say, I don't know the other security. Supposedly they had their training already.
See, were you trying to answer honestly?
Yeah, like I'm gonna say, like they had their training, but like I say I try to get my training security.
Were you asked about whether Focus uses radios?
Yes, we do.
And did you intend to tell her that that you guys do not use radios?
Like I'm gonna say, I'm gonna be understand like too many questions on the time. So I know when we say it's like I'm a liar or she lied, but like I told you already, it's too many things happened that night. So some of those questions I don't understand. So I'm gonna ask it like repeat like 3 or 4 times, but
Right. Okay. So do you think it's possible that there's a misunderstanding, either your part, the investigator's part, both?
yeah. So like I'm gonna confused, like I'm gonna be nervous on those things.
Sure. Yeah, I understand. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. No further questions.
Thank you.
Is he still there?
He still is.
Okay.
May I proceed, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, sir. I was just going to make sure he was still there. All right.
Mr. Garcia, my name is Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello. I represent the district. I'm going to be asking you a few questions, okay?
Of course.
Okay. And if at any point you don't understand any question, please just ask me to clarify it, okay?
All right, thank you.
Who is your employer?
Just the owner of the club.
Who's that?
Ned.
Mr. Ali, Nebu Ali.
Yeah.
And who pays you?
Him.
Do you work for, or were you hired by Focus DC?
Sorry, can you repeat for me?
Were you hired by Focus DC?
Yes.
All right. Do you work for, bear with me, Serious Dignity Security?
Sorry, what?
Have you ever been paid by Serious Dignity Security?
No.
Okay. Are you a licensed security officer for the District of Columbia?
Not yet.
You were hired without training, correct?
I'm gonna have like no official training because I don't get my license. But some of my managers I had, he trained me.
Okay. What type of training did you receive?
He gave me like how I can serve the people and all those things like how I can be breaking down the files, like be escalated.
Was this a how long did it take to get this training? Was it like 5 or 10 minutes? Was it all day? What was it like?
No, that's for all day.
Okay. Did you receive training in crowd control?
Yes.
Did you receive training in first aid or CPR?
No.
Did you receive training on emergency protocols?
No.
Okay. Were you using radios that night?
Yes, we do.
Were you using wands that night? Metal detecting wands?
Yes. Yes.
Were you using them on every patron?
Yes.
Were you patting down every patron?
Like the guys, yes, I do.
Were you patting down the female patrons?
No, I don't. We just the one.
Okay. Now, we saw some video earlier that showed people entering the establishment. You were not on the call for that, and I know you can't see the video. Would it surprise you to learn that people appeared to be walking into the establishment without being wanded that night?
Like I can't say anything because when I'm gonna be at the law, I'm always do the one and all those things.
You're the one who always does the wand?
Yes. Like basically, like most of the securities we use the warrant, so I don't know who is the person on that night and at the door.
So you don't know who was working the door that night?
So I don't know who is working at the door, but I'm gonna say like I don't know if he used the warrant.
All right. So you don't know if you were using the wand that night?
Yeah. Yes, I don't know if he used the warrant or not.
All right.
Like supposedly we had to like we always do. We had to use the warrant that night.
Why did you tell the investigator that there was no wanding happening that night?
Because she said she not saw anyone. The video say maybe it's no one that I'm, but like I'm gonna say I'm gonna be confused on that because it's a lot of things was coming on that night, and she asked me too many questions on the time, so I'm gonna be nervous and all those things.
And why did you say that there were no radios that night?
No, she asked me, you had a right? I said yes. And she said, do you use? I said yes, we use.
And there were three security officers.
We had 4 securities done.
Okay. Why did you tell her that there were 3?
I said we had 3 or 2, 3 or 4 always. And she said, well, only thing I don't see any security. I said, yeah, we had 4.
And who were the 3 security officers or 4 security officers that night?
So that's 2 for the company because always we had extra securities from another company.
All right. And you don't know their names?
No, for the company they can now. But the owner can clear this if you want to see their names.
All right. Who was working? So there were 2 from another company that you don't know their names, correct?
Yeah, but if you want, you can talk to with Mr. Neri. He can tell you the name for the securities on that night.
All right. And do you know if those security people had any training?
I know, like the 4 securities, I cannot tell you that. But like the focus securities, we do the training already.
All right. So you had 2 outside security people. You had yourself, 1 other security person. Who was that 4th security person?
That's the names for them. That's me, Michael, Ty, and I forget the name for it. That's Kyle. We always call Kyle something like that. But I don't know his full name.
All right. And
but
is he employed? Is he employed by Focus DC?
I don't need to be a direct to work to Focus, but Mr. Neri can. Mr. Neri can clear that one.
All right. No further questions at this time.
Any questions by the board members? All right. Mr. Garcia, thank you for your testimony today, sir. Have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Mr. Mixon, do you have another witness? I can't hear you, Mr. Mixon. You're on mute. You are doing what I did earlier.
Yes, there's always at least 1 or 2. Yes, I'll briefly call Neb Ali for 1, maybe 2 questions.
All right, Mr. Ali, can you come on camera, please?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hold on, Mr. Hold on. Yes, Mr. Zillow.
May I just ask if this is the licensee because he's not on the witness list?
Yeah, he's the owner. He did introduce himself earlier as the owner. Yes.
No objection.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Mr. Ali, can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes, sir.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you will. Which yes to what, sir?
Yes, I will, sir.
Okay, thank you. You're a witness. Just spell your name for the record for us, sir. No, you have already done that. That's fine. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Mixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ali, does Focus hire a third-party security provider?
Yes.
And what is the name of that provider?
The owner name is James Wiggins. The company name is Cyrus. It's about it.
Yes. At the time that you hired Mr. Wiggins' company to provide security, on your knowledge and belief, was it a licensed security provider?
Of course.
And was this security provider previously presented to the ABC board and approved?
Of course.
Yes. Do you take advantage of the RDO program, at least attempt to take advantage of it?
We try, but getting police officers to come to establishments is extremely hard nowadays because understandably, it's a lot of crime rates in the city and they're busy, taking care of that.
But you make the effort.
100%.
Okay. Do you ever, based on needs, do you ever supplement the security provided by Sirius?
Yes. So in most cases, one of the issues, one of the reasons why I never dealt with security companies in the past was because, most of them don't seem to be accountable as much as we would like them to be. Meaning, let's say we're expecting a busy day. We'll say, hey, we need 7 or 8 security guards. We'll have 3 or 4 show up. So in the past, I had went and just, hired my own security guards. But since the incident last year, and I was, I had a agreement and compromise with the government that mandates me to have these individuals hired. All I can do is whenever they don't come short, whenever they don't give me the amount of securities that we need, I have 3, 4, Jorge being one of those. I have 3, 4 other security guards that specifically work with me as staff that basically I would employ and deploy on times that I might have a shortage or on times that we have an unexpected amount of people come in, then I would utilize those people from, being in a different position to being a security guard. So we do basically have people that work for the staff, but we also do utilize to the minimum amount that's required according to my agreement, which is 3 for first floor. That's the reason why you have 4 or 5 sometimes on the first floor, because the other 2 are people that directly work with Focus, because in some cases, again, we would ask for 3 and 1 person would show up. So it is, we're trying to do what we need to do to comply with the city, but at the same time, make sure that, our customers are safe. And of course, we're not selling bottles of water, we're selling liquor here. And things will get out of hand. That's the one fight we had all year this year. And, as you can see on the video, we did as much as we could to prevent anything from happening. And then once it spills outside, we do follow our security protocol and call the police officer. So I'm kind of happy with my team for doing what they did. I wasn't aware of the situation until the next day. I wasn't there, but
That's good. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes. No further questions.
Mr. Sila.
Mr. Ali, you don't have any documentation showing that Sirius Dignity Security is a licensed security company, do you?
What do you mean? I have the contract I signed with them. Is that what you mean?
Do you have any documentation showing they're licensed with the district?
So there should be documentation actually from my attorneys, because the last time I hired them was the last time I was here with you guys a year ago.
But you don't have that with you today, do you?
I don't have anything to show you on my hand right now, correct?
Okay. No further questions at this time.
Any questions by any board members? Mr. Meadows.
Hi, Mr. Ali. Good afternoon. We have had a lot of talk about the wanding and the wands. Are you currently in your establishment at Focus right now?
I am not, but I can get someone on the phone that can show you the
No.
ones if you like.
I saw you walking around. I wasn't sure if that was the you were there or not.
I'm at my other restaurant in Virginia.
Gotcha. How many wands do you have on site over on H Street?
We have 3 on site
Okay, thank you.
because sometimes, they go out of battery or something, so we need backups.
Is that it, Mr. Meadows?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Silo?
No follow-up.
Mr. Mixon?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Ali, thank you for your testimony today. Or thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, sir. Any other witnesses, Mr. Mixon?
No, the respondent rests.
Are the parties ready for closing?
It's prepared, Your
Honor. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Silo.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, may it please the board. There is a lot of conflicting testimony in this case, and what I'm going to ask you to do today is focus on the things that are not in dispute, because that alone is sufficient to prove the charges before the board. We know that an act of violence took place. Ignore whatever arguments there are regarding the stabbing, not the stabbing. That doesn't matter. That brawl that we witnessed was an act of violence, was a illegal or disorderly act that the operation of Focus DC allowed to happen. Why did it allow it to happen? Well, I anticipate you'll hear arguments that the security on hand did what they could do. And to a certain extent, there's some truth to that. But the fact of the matter is, there was not enough security there to handle a crowd of that size. And when they realized that things were out of control, they could have called for help. They did not. They could have called MPD. They did not. Moreover, they could have prevented this had they followed their security plan, which they did not. There was no wanding or patting down of female patrons that night. We know this because on the security video, which is part of the record, you can watch patrons walk in, male and female patrons walk in and not be wanded. Mr. Garcia initially told the investigator there was no wanding happening. That is consistent with the video. Then he changed his story and said, no, wanding was happening. Then when I asked him, well, were you the one doing it? He said, no, I don't know who was working the door. I don't know if they were doing wanding. The only consistent evidence we have is that wanding was not occurring. We know that they violated their security plan by not having a licensed security company. Investigator Coates testified that she searched for the name of that company, of those security officers, and of the owner of that company, and none of them came up. None of them are licensed or have ever been licensed in the district. Had they had a licensed security company, they may have been able to prevent the incident. And we know undisputedly that not all the security officers there, not all the ones who made up the minimum quotient of their security plan were part of that unlicensed security company, outside security company, because they were supplementing with their own people who did not receive proper training. Now, there was some dispute over whether or not training was received, wasn't received, how much, how little. Sure, there's some dispute about that, but again, focus on what is not in dispute. Mr. Garcia was very clear. He did not receive training on the emergency protocols, did not receive training on first aid or CPR. Not all the training that's required in the security plan is being received by these security officers, and these security officers are not licensed, trained security officers, which they're required to be anyway. I also submit to you that you should believe the initial statements about whether or not radios were being used. Mr. Garcia was clear to the investigators that radios were not being used. By the video, you can watch it again. We can see security shouting back and forth, waving their hands. At no point does anyone reach for a walkie-talkie, press an earpiece, press a lapel piece. We see them shouting, we see them waving, we see them gesturing wildly. We don't see them talking on radios. Believe your eyes, believe the video. They were not using the communication tools that they're required to use. Had Focus DC followed their security plan, had their method of operation been proper, they could have prevented this act of violence. And had Mr. Suleiman been honest in his statements to Investigator Coates about the number of security officers, you heard what she testified to. He said how many people were on shift at that time. And why was it hard for her to determine how many people were actually on shift? She didn't even find out for sure until this hearing when we had testimony that it was 4. Why? Because they were not identified as staff or security as is required under the security plan. There are 3 charges. The government has proved them all. Focus DC operated in a manner conducive to illegal or disorderly conduct. They violated their security plan in numerous ways. And they made false statements to interfere with an investigation. These are each a 3rd primary offense, primary tier violation within 3 years. Because of the sheer number of security plan violations that occurred, I am asking that this board impose $6,000 fines for each of the violations. And I reserve time for rebuttal. Thank
you. Mr. Mixon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot's been said today, and it's a lot of the evidence that has been presented is demonstrative of an establishment in an unfortunate situation forced to respond quickly and decisively in response to unruly patron behavior. The government's case, at least with respect to charge 1, is predicated on the idea that anything that goes wrong within an establishment, that any act of violence is the fault of the establishment, that is allowing for the establishment to be used for unlawful and disorderly purposes. But based on the video footage that we've seen and the testimony from extremely involved eyewitnesses and further security footage, which I'll refrain from playing now for consideration of the board's time, you'll see that Focus did not allow unlawful or disorderly behavior to happen. They responded, they acted. The district seeks to connect in a series of extremely attenuated dots in order to connect Focus to the alleged act of violence that took place out on the street. The record plainly states that there's an unidentified woman stabbed by an unidentified knife, wielded by an unidentified assailant. And somehow the district believes that this dearth of concrete information is sufficient to charge folks with allowing its premises to be used for unlawful conduct. The record doesn't even say what hospital she went to. She even existed. With such an inconclusive record, there's no substantial evidence of Focus allowing any such violence to occur. But assuming that for the sake of argument, there's little that such an incident took place, there's little to suggest Focus operations had anything to do with it. What we saw was a diligent response separating combating patrons and acting to the best of their ability to keep the patrons apart. There was only one exit in the establishment. The first group was taken outside, and the second was made to stay inside for the duration of time that it would take to disperse the first group. We saw Focus's staff attempting to disperse that first group to the reasonable best of their ability. At a certain point, people are outside and their actions cannot be controlled. The second group eventually broke through, despite the best efforts to use a reasonable level of conflict resolution force to keep them separated. Was it perfect? But no, the standard is not perfection. It's a method of operation conducive to unlawful or disorderly behavior. And it is not conducive to take all reasonable actions and still have violence occur, especially when it spills out beyond the space that the security personnel are reasonably in control of. At a certain point, this becomes a matter of public conduct where there is no capacity or lawful authority of security personnel to act. The district may argue that because, yes, there's eventually the two groups did reunite, that this was a failure on Focus's part, but no security personnel can act to stop all acts to keep someone inside for forever and to control the behavior of individuals beyond their scope. As Mr. Soleiman, an experienced manager, testified, they did what they were trained to do. And for that, the standard necessary for the unlawful or disorderly purpose charge has not been met. There is no substantial evidence that they allowed their establishment to be used for this purpose because they tried to put an end to it. And to the extent that something unlawful, such as this assault with a alleged phantom knife happened, it was not even within the establishment. With respect to charge 2, we've heard evidence on how there was no training, but we've heard significantly more evidence that there was. There's an experienced company that provides people, Focus performs its own training, and the record relies on what is, I think, clearly been established to be a miscommunication, not the intention of the security personnel to misrepresent the training they've received. The Focus is also charged with not hiring a licensed District of Columbia security company. However, Serious Dignitary Security Service has previously been approved by this board in a case 24-251-0001, in which they were approved as at that time a licensed security provider in this city. And while their licensure may have lapsed, to hold this against Focus would be also wholly unreasonable. How many businesses maintain up-to-date 24/7 recognition of the corporate status of their business affiliates? And to the extent that that security company was not fully sufficient, Focus exercised diligent effort by supplementing their ranks with further trained employees. And lastly, turning to charge 3, the allegation that Mr. Soleiman, Mr. Garcia provided false or misleading statements with the intention of influencing, impeding, or obstructing the investigation is just simply not true upon any reflection. At the most basic level, there's no evidence to suggest that there was any intention of exerting undue influence or impeding the investigation. We had a miscommunication. One person said one number, one person said another number, both of whom were speaking in a high stress situation in a language they're not most comfortable in, and on a busy commercial street. These kinds of misunderstandings happen, and it does not stretch the imagination. Moreover, there's no evidence that there was anything to be gained from misrepresenting this information. And the district has been highly overzealous in attempting to bring this charge where a simple miscommunication has been expanded into something no one would reasonably conclude from an outside perspective. Like any establishment, Focus has a great responsibility that it meets more or less on various occasions, and it has unlawful or disorderly conduct. But what it can do is implement the procedures learned through training, required by its security plan, and act best to diffuse, disengage, and deter further conduct from happening. And that's what the record shows happened here. For these and the foregoing reasons, we ask you to find that the charges in the matter are not sustained.
Thank you. Do you need
Yes,
yes, go ahead, sir.
briefly. Just to address the topics that were raised, the issue of whether this fight occurred within the establishment or outside of the establishment after it spilled out does not have any bearing on Focus's responsibility for the fight. Whether, as this board has long held, whether a fight occurs inside or outside, if it starts at the establishment, it's the establishment's responsibility. As to the question of the license status of the security company, there's been no testimony, no evidence at all that the company is licensed. The only testimony or evidence we have is a reference to the contract, which we have not seen, and investigator Coates' testimony that she searched for them and they are not licensed and there's no record of that company. The false statements were not just the number of security, it was also the radio usage. As I said earlier, you can plainly see them gesturing wildly with their hands and shouting and not using radios. We know that they were not using radios at that time. We know that Investigator Garcia was correct. We know that they were not wanding or patting patrons down. We know that they were not following through with their training requirements. We know, based on the video, they were not wearing shirts to identify them as security. Excuse me. We know that they did not arrange for separate departures for the two groups that were engaged in combat. If you weren't counting, that is 6 violations of the security plan. Wanding, patting down all patrons, licensed security, having identified security with identifiable shirts, not using radio communication, not having training, and not escorting combatants out separately. That's 6 violations of the security plan. Attorney Mixon talked about the extremely attenuated dots that the district was trying to connect here. I submit to you that those were not attenuated. Moreover, although these are not specifically security plan violations, their manner of operation led to this clash. We know that for the crowd size that was at issue, they did not have enough security to control the situation. How do we know that? Because they tried and they failed miserably. They could have called MPD for support. They did not. We know that however many the number of security on hand was, it was not enough to control the two groups. It was not enough to do what is required under the security plan. Keep one group inside until the other group has left the scene. That did not happen. And lastly, I want to focus on one thing that Attorney Mixon said, that there is little to suggest that a violent incident occurred. Little in the record to suggest that. And to that I say, you don't have to believe me. You don't have to even believe the testimony that you heard. You can believe your eyes. This is what occurred because Focus DC was unable to maintain the separation between those two groups for all of the reasons I stated previously. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, this is a violent incident. There is ample reason to believe that illegal or disorderly conduct occurred as a result of the operations of this establishment. Believe your eyes. And because of the sheer number of security plan violations, the sheer number of misstatements, the sheer number of method of operation violations, I am asking for fines in the amount of $6,000 on each of the 3 counts. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the record is now closed. Do the parties wish to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law, or waive their right to do so?
District waives.
Respondent waives.
All right, thank you. The board will issue a decision within 90 days. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 24-251-00040 Focus DC, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2-575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 24-251-00040 Focus DC for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2-575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation today. Have a great day. As stated before, we'll issue a decision within 90 days.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a great day. All right. All right, board, I have an hour to go through our agenda items today, so I need to do that because we need to be off record by 5 o'clock. So I need to make sure that I do this.
Apologies, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
We
Mr.
were
Mix.
previously told that for the Aqua El Due protest, that the parties were still expected to appear, but I also know that you said earlier there's continuing that appearance no longer necessary.
Yes, sir. I apologize, sir. I thought that I did share with our counsel that that case was continued, and he should negotiate with the parties about the representative and the next and moving forward, sir. Okay, so I apologize if that was, well, you've been in this hearing all afternoon, and so yes, but that's where we are, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
You too. Bye-bye. All right, so let's do a first agenda. Let's now do our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda, alcohol, is review of a settlement agreement. This is for Station 4, license number 112252. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement. This is Mason's Famous Lobster Roll, license number 131653. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement. This is Wassing Restaurant, license number 000514. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Okay. All right. The next case in our calendars, the next case in our agenda is review of an offer in compromise. This is for case number 24 CIT 00718. This is Austere Marina. The license number 092083, and the OIC is as follows. Charge 1, failed to file required quarterly statement. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-113B2A. There's a term of $500 to be paid within 30 days, or a license shall be suspended indefinitely until a fine has been paid, and submission of pending quarterly statements if they have not been submitted. I make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, to second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5. Review of motion for reinstatement filed by a group of 5 or more. This is for International House of Prayer All People. This is in for case number 25 PRO 00010, license number 130347. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 6, review of motion for reinstatement filed by ANC 5C. This is for case number 25 PRO 00010, license number 130347, International House of Prayer for All People. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 7, review of request to reinstate canceled license. This is for Mama Al Aisha's Calvert Restaurant, license number 000753. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 8, review request to reinstate canceled license. This is for Gallery O LLC, trade name Gallery O on H, license number 094849. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 9, review request to reinstate canceled license. This is Queen's Cafe, license number 124807. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 10, review of request to reinstate cancel license. This is Magianos, license number 072256. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones,
And I
I second
second.
the motion.
Mr. Jones and Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 11, review of request from ANC 4D to extend protest petition deadline. This is for Epic Restaurant and Lounge, license number 129639. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 12, review of letter from Barrel House Liquors regarding trade name. This is Barrel House Liquors, license number 023984. Make a motion that we refer this matter to legal for response. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 13, review of precedent for dismissal. This is Thirst Lounge. This is in case number 24 CIT 00315, license number 126287. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 14, review of precedent for dismissal. This is for Thirst Lounge. This is case number 24 CIT 00499. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 15, review of precedent for dismissal. Thirst Lounge. This is case number 24 CIT 00686. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 16, review of precedent for dismissal. This is in case number 25 CIT 00005. Lucam Ethiopian Restaurant and Market / Apple Lounge, license number 072469. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 17, review of fourth emergency rulemaking on the North Shore Moratorium Zone. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 18, review of third emergency rulemaking on the Langdon Park Moratorium Zone. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda alcohol addendum. Number one on this agenda, review of response from Logan Partnership. This is for Barrel House Liquors, license number 023984. This is now moot. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis. I guess I need to go through this. Number one, review of settlement agreement. This is for H3, license number 129096. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number two, review of an offer and compromise. This is landlord. This is a Garden DC. Hold on, the case. Hold on. And this is for 24 ULC 000057. I make a motion that that the board not consider this offer and compromise because the Office of Attorney General no longer supports this offer and compromise. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number three, review of offer and compromise. This is in case number 25 ULC 00057, the Garden DC. And the offer and compromise for this case is as follows. Number one, respondent confirms that it has vacated the premises and agrees that with the exception of retrieving any personal or business property from its landlord, it has no rights to occupy the premises. Number two, respondent affirms that it has ceased all unlicensed cannabis sales on the premises and online. Number three, respondent agrees to not sell cannabis and cannabis products at the premises, online, or at any other location in the District of Columbia without a medical cannabis retail license. Number four, respondent is not precluded from proceeding with its pending medical cannabis retail license application, but the summary closure may be considered by the board. And number five, if the board does not issue a medical cannabis retail license or internet retail license to respondent, the summary closure shall remain in effect as to respondent. I make a motion that the offer and compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number four, review of an offer and compromise. This is for case number 25 ULC 00023. This is District Smoke and Cigar. The offer and compromise is as follows. Term one, products not to be offered, exchanged, or sold. Respondent confirms that it has ceased selling cannabis or cannabis products and agrees not to offer, exchange, or sell either in the store or online the following products: cannabis or cannabis-derived products, including cannabinoids, hemp, and CBD, kratom, and three, any Schedule I substances, including psychedelic mushrooms and dimethyl DIMETHYLTY TRYPTAMINE, otherwise known as DMT. Number 2, remediation. Respondent will change its business model to a legitimate convenience store retail operation under the trade name Chillatio, CHILLATIO. Before lifting the summary closure, respondent shall provide the documentation to the board that it has changed its trade name with the Department of License and Consumer Protection. Number 3, inspection. Respondent agrees to allow ABCA investigators to inspect the entire premises of the business during those hours that it is open to the public to verify that the business is not selling those products listed in paragraph 1 until such time as a medical cannabis retail license is issued by the ABC board. Number 4, licensing. Notwithstanding paragraph 1, nothing in this OIC precludes respondent from applying for a medical cannabis retail license. Number 5, lifting of the summary closure. The current summary closure shall remain in effect until the Multi-Agency Cannabis Enforcement Team, MCET, has inspected the entire premises. The current summary closure shall remain in effect until the board is satisfied that the requirements of paragraph 1 and 2 have been fulfilled. Respondent shall file a motion to lift the summary suspension showing it has satisfied the terms of paragraph 1 and 2, and the district agrees not to oppose the motion should it agree that the terms have been met. I therefore make a motion that the offer and compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 5, review of the letter from Dr. Nora Lance, Commissioner, DC Commission on Health Equity. This is regarding Creep Clothing LLC, license number 128924. This is an FYI for the board. Number 6, review of motion for reinstatement. This is Proper Exotica. This is in case number 25 PRO 00009, license number 128697. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 7, review of 5th emergency rulemaking on signs and advertising. I make a motion that we approve this rulemaking. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 8, review of final rulemaking on technical amendment to Title 22-C of the DC Municipal Regulations. Approval to submit to council. I make a motion that we approve this review. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda medical cannabis addendum. Number 1, review of settlement agreement. This is for Creep Clothing LLC, license number 128924. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 2, this is a review of an offer and compromise. This is in case number 25 ULC 00033, Wellshrooms Ness. And the offer and compromise is as follows. Products not to be Products not to be offered, exchanged, or sold. Respondent confirms that it has ceased selling cyclosilin products and agrees to not offer, exchange, or sell either in the store or online the following products. Schedule 1 substance, including but not limited to psychedelic mushrooms containing cyclosilin or psychosil, PSILOCIN, dimetryptide, DMT, cannabis or cannabis-derived products, including all cannabinoids, hemp, CBD, tetrahydrocannabinolic acid, TH, -A, and THC. Inspection. Respondent agrees to allow ABCA investigators to inspect the entire premises of the business during those hours that it is open to the public to verify that the business is not selling those products listed in paragraph 1. Respondent shall make all products in the premises available for psilocybin and psycholocan tested by ABCA investigators and licensing, notwithstanding paragraph 1. Nothing in the OIC precludes respondent from applying for a medical cannabis license. Fine. Respondent agrees to pay $5,000 for this violation. Number 5, lifting of the summary closure. The current summary closure shall remain in effect until requirements of paragraph 4 are satisfied. Respondent must file a motion with the ABC board evidencing the requirements have been met. I therefore make a motion that the offer and compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Edison, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. All right. All right. Number 3, review of an offer and compromise. This is for case number 25 ULC 00036, BK Convenience Smoke and Smoke Shop. The offer and compromise is as follows. Number 1, cessation of illegal sales. Respondent affirms that it has ceased all unlicensed cannabis sales in the premises and online. Number 2, remediation. To remediate the sale of cannabis and cannabis products that occurred in the business, respondent will change the name of its business from B&K Convenience Store and Smoke Shop to B&K Convenience Store. Any signs that contain the phrase smoke shop or any language in its name indicative of cannabis sales must be removed, updated, or replaced. Before lifting the summary closure, respondent shall provide documentation to the board that it has changed its trade name with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection. Number 3, change in operations. Respondent will change its business model to not sell cannabis and cannabis products or other illegal products, including flavored tobacco, at the premises, online, or at any other location in the District of Columbia without a medical cannabis retail license. Number 4, inspection. Respondent agrees to allow ABCA investigators to inspect the entire premises of the business during those hours that it is open to the public to verify that the business is not selling those products listed in Section 1 through 3. Number 5, lifting of summary closure. The current summary closure shall remain in effect until the board is satisfied that the requirements of paragraph 2 have been satisfied. I therefore make a motion that the offer and compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Number 4. This is for review of motion to lift summary closure. This is in case number 25 ULC 00034. It's Pot Paradise. I make a motion that the request review to lift this summary closure notice be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our alcohol licensing agenda. On the alcohol licensing agenda, there are 15 establishments. Well, I need to read all of this. On the alcohol license agenda, the alcohol license agenda for June 4th, 2025, without objection. And these are the only two changes that have been made. Number 3, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Arch House, license number 103519. The request is through September 30th, 2025. And number 4, review of application for safekeeping of license. This is for Slipstream, license number 093244. And the request is through, I'm sorry, I have to read these individually. I apologize. Number 1, review application for stipulated license with letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is for Mita Itno Japanese Market, license number 130385. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. I'm going to read the rest of the list. I am going to make some recommendations, and at the end, I'll make a motion that the ABC board approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair. Number 2, review application for stipulated licenses letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is for Tavern 18, license number 132056. Recommendation approval. Number 3, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Arched House, license number 103519. The recommendations are approved through September 30th, 2025. Number 4, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Slipstream, license number 093244. Recommendation approved through September 30th, 2025. Number 5, review application for a new Class CX multipurpose facility license. This is for the Go-Go Museum, a license number 132332. Recommendation placard. Number 6, review application for Summer Garden endorsement with 24 seats. This is for Sliced and Brewed Restaurant, license number 115871. Recommendation placard. Number 7, review application for Sidewalk Cafe with 10 seats. This is for Ampro Fundilia, DuPont, license number 124404, recommendation placard. Number 8, review application for change of hours inside premises. This is for Conduit Road, license number 126024, recommendation approval. Number 9, review application for entertainment endorsement to provide live entertainment inside of the premises. This is for Conduit Road, license number 126024, recommendation approval. Number 10, review application for the carriage and delivery endorsement. This is Conduit Road, license number 126024, recommendation approval. Number 11, review application for carriage and delivery endorsement. This is for the Studio Theater, license number 025750, recommendation approval. Number 11, review application for the carriage and delivery endorsement. This is Watergate Hotel, license number 091162, recommendation approval. Number 13, review application for the carriage and delivery endorsement. This is Muni, MUNI, license number 124594, recommendation approval. Number 14, review request to reduce the official total occupancy load of the premises from 189 to 159. This is for Tiffany's Bar and Bistros, license number 129463, recommendation approval. Number 15, review request to approval to provide a gift of sweatshirt giveaways that does not exceed $500 in value to various local retail establishment. The request is being made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approves the recommendation as put forth by the chair in the licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter pass 5-0. Let's now do the supplemental licensing agenda. On the alcohol supplemental license agenda, number 1, review application for stipulated licenses letter of ANC support for a new ABC license. This is for Holiday Inn Express, Washington, D.C. downtown, license number 132543. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC Board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined before. 1107, license number 126821. The licensee requested cancellation. I make a motion that ABC Board cancel this license. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Okay, so let's now move to the rescind alcohol license administrative docket. And the following applications were submitted. The applicant is Trade, license number 099229. It's a retail C tavern. Request to expand interior capacity of 25 seats, total occupancy load to 285. Comments. The application was initially placarded with a petition date of June 12, 2025, re-advertised with a different petition date of May 5, 2025. I make a motion that we rescind this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Now let's do our alcohol licensing administrative docket. On this docket, there are 19 applications, and without objection, I make a motion that ABC Board approve all the applications on the alcohol licensing administrative docket for Wednesday, June 4th, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant. Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. Mr. Grant. The matter passed 4-0. Okay, all right. Let me see where are we now. Let's now do our temporary one-day substantial change docket. On the temporary one-day substantial change docket, on this docket, there are 40 applicants. I'm going to read all 40 with recommendations, and at the end, I'll make a recommendation. I'll make a motion that the ABC board approve the recommendations as put by the chair. Number one, a request from Samba Patak, a one-day license class F theatrical production, June 5th through June 6th. The license number is 1327178. 80 attendees, 2 security guards. Number two, a request from Julia Simon, one-day license class F wedding. This is July 19th. License number is 132735. 80 attendees, 1 security guards. And recommendations for number one is approval. Recommendation number two, approval. Number three, Mark Eisenberg, one-day license class F concert. September 12, 2025, license number 132744, 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number four, another request from Mark Eisenberg, one-day license class F concert. October 17th, license number 132745, 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number five, a request from Mark Eisenberg, one-day license class F concert. November 14th, license number 132746, 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number six, request from Mark Eisenberg, one-day license class F concert. This is March 6, 2026. License number 132747, 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number seven, a request from Mark Eisenberg, one-day license class F concert. April 10th, 2026. License number 132748, 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number eight, a request from Ella Gauchette, a one-day license class F jazz concert June 14th. License number 132749, 600 attendees, 2 security guards. Recommendation approval. 600 attendees, 8 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number nine, request from Lana Elzine, one-day license class F concert. This is June 5th. License number 132719, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 10, request from Lana Elzin, one-day license class F concert live music performance, June 7th. License number 132719, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 11, Lana Elzin, one-day license class F concert live music performance, June 14th. License number 132719, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 12, request from Lana Elzin, one-day license class F concert live music performance, June 21st. License number 132720, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 13, request from Lana Elzin, one-day license class F concert, June 28th. License number is 12720, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 14, request from Lana Elzin, one-day license class F concert, June 5th. License number 132721, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 15, request from Lana Elzin, one-day license class F concert, June 12th. License number 132721, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 16, Lana Elzin concert, June 17th. License number 132722, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 17, request from Lana Elzin, one-day class F concert, June 25th. License number 272, 200 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 18, a request from Lana L. Zinn, 1-day license class G. Concert, June 21st, license number 13272, 300 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 19, a request from Lana L. Zinn, 1-day license class G. Concert, live music performance, June 28th, license number 13272, 300 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 20, a request from Jasmine Strand, 1-day license class G. Birthday party, June 12th, license number 13265, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Approval. Number 21, Diamond Watson, 1-day license class G, R&B Social Networking, June 22nd, license number 13268, 800 attendees, 12 security guards. Approval. Number 22, another request from Diamond Watson, 1-day license class G, R&B Social Networking, July 27th, license number 13268, 800 attendees, 12 security guards. Approval. Number 23, request from Diamond Watson, 1-day license class G, R&B Social Networking, September 14th, license number 13268, 800 attendees, 12 security guards. Approval. Excuse me. Number 24, Stuart Morris, 1-day license class G, conference, June 5th. License number 13269, 40 attendees, 1 security guards. Approval. Number 25, Curtis Harmon, 1-day license class G, brunch, June 5th to June 8th. License number 13270, 550 attendees, 5 security guards. Approval. Number 26, request from Patrick D. Batista, 1-day license class G, dancing, June 14th. License number 132734, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Approval. Number 27, request from Patrick D. Batista, 1-day license class G, dancing, June 28th. License number 132734, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Approval. Number 28, Christine Simonek, license 1-day license class G, reception, June 9th. License number 13275, 50 attendees, 1 security guards. Approval. Number 29, request William Lansing, 1-day license class G, training and soft opening, June 9th through June 12th. License number 132759, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Approval. Number 30, Peter Morris, 1-day license class G, wedding, June 20th. License number 13275, 630, 3 security guards. Approval. Number 31, Kenneth H. Nash, Post 8, American Legion, 1-day substantial change reception, substantial change use license off premises on brick pavement adjacent to Post 8 and parking lot. License number 000643. Substantial change license 25 SC 00889. Approval. Number 32, Uproar, 1-day substantial change reception, substantial change use license off premises and parking lot, June 6th through June 8th. The license number 092012, substantial change license is 25 SC 00910. Approval. Number 33, Echo Box, 1-day substantial change, 17th Street Block Party 25, nature of substantial change, extend patio to sidewalk curbside for 17th Street Block Party 25, June 6th through June 7th, license number 121064, substantial change license is 25 SC 00944, approval. 34, Al Pop LLC, 1-day substantial change, 17th Street Block Party 25, June 7th through June 8th, license number 129775, substantial change license is 25 SC 00948, approval. Darren DC LLC, Bidwell, 1-day license class, 1-day substantial change, World Pride celebration, nature of substantial change, use license off premises on sidewalk courtyard, June 8th, license number 092990, substantial change license 25 SC 00950, approval. Lost Generation Brewing Company, 1-day number 36, 1-day substantial change, grand opening, substantial change use license off premises at 300 Neal Place Northeast, June 22nd. License number 120512. Substantial change license 25 SC 00951. Approval. Number 37, DC Clubbing Panorama Productions Pub Crawl. This is on June 5th 2025, the license number 0000011, substantial change license is 25 PCE 00020. Recommendation approval with monitoring by enforcement. These are retroactive events that occurred. Number 38, request from Lana Elzine, one-day license class F, courts concert. The concert was June 3rd. The license number 132721, 100 attendees, 2 security guards, retroactive approval. Lynn, number 39, Lynn Kinder, a one-day license class F, retirement party. This was May 31st. The license number 132661, 85 attendees, 2 security guards, retroactive approval. And number 40, a request from William Lanston, one-day license class G, training and soft opening. This is June 3rd through June 6th. License number 132688, 150 attendees, 3 security guards, retroactive approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approves recommendations made by the chair for the temporary license one-day substantial change docket for June 4th. Is there a second?
Second.
I'm sorry? Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the medical cannabis licensing agenda. I'm going to read all the requests on this agenda, and then at the end, I'll ask the ABC Board to approve the recommendations made by the chair. So the medical cannabis license agenda, number 1, review of social equity application for a new standard retail license with delivery endorsement. This is for DC Garden Hill, license number 128404, recommendation placard. Number 2, review of social equity application for a new standard retail license with delivery endorsement. DC Garden Hill, Georgetown, license number 128405, placard. Number 3, review of standard retail endorsement application for safe use treatment endorsement. Excuse me. This is Blunt, DC, license number 131901. Recommendation placard. Number 4, review of request to extend sales deadline of untested medical cannabis products to November 1st, 2025. This is Tacoma Wellness Center. License number 117361, recommendation approval. Number 5, review of upstream corporate transfer. This is Capital City Care to Green Goose LLC. License number 131371, recommendation approval. Number 6, review of upstream corporate transfer, Capital City Cultivation to Green Goose LLC. License number 131375, recommendation approval. Number 7, review of request for safekeeping extension to May 29, 2026. This is for Capital City Cultivation, license number 131375, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that the ABC Board approve the recommendations put forth for the medical cannabis licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. So let's move to the medical cannabis administrative agenda. On the medical cannabis administrative agenda, I make a motion that without objection that ABC Board approves the medical cannabis license administrative agenda for June 4th, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And hold on 1 minute, I think I have. And let's do the alcohol second supplemental licensing agenda. And on the alcohol second supplemental license agenda, review application for change of hours to include Sunday hours. This is for premium distributors, license number 060290. Make a motion that we approve this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And the last agenda item is this is a supplemental medical cannabis license administrative docket. Without objection, I make a motion that ABC board approve the applicants on this docket. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Ms. Quinn and Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. And I'm trying to beat my 5 o'clock time deadline. And so I've completed all the agenda items.
Got 4 minutes.
All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on June 11th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigation of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, licensing agenda for June 11th, as published in the DC Register on June 6th. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act. Notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. Oh my God, I can't believe I did that. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who participated in our hearings today and our ABC board member who worked the entire day without a formal lunch break. I do appreciate your dedication to this work. So without further ado, we are now adjourned for the day. I now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you. Good afternoon.